but it's going to be a nice day. We got meteorologist Patrick Ellis standing by to talk about a forecast that looks mighty fine. Patrick.
Hey, yeah, most definitely, Andrew. We've got a lot of sunshine going around. Of course, last night we had a little boundary, a little disturbance moving across the area that kept some clouds in place. We still have a few of those clouds lingering off to the east of Memphis, but I will tell you as we go through the course of the day, everybody's going to get into sunshine. It's going to be a beautiful day. You can see from here our high five camera in Olive Branch. Gorgeous start to the day. Right now we're sitting at 43 degrees officially at Memphis International as well as in Olive Branch. We've got 39 in Ripley, Tennessee. We've got 37 in Alamo, 43 as you're starting off in Somerville, 39 Selmer and Corinth, 34 in Oxford. Pottscamp, Hickory Flat, 36. Same thing for our friends in Holly Springs, 36 in Clarksdale, 45 right now in Marianna as you're starting off in Lee County. Good morning to you. So for today, from these 40s, we'll work our way up into the 60s. This is going to be more akin to what we would normally see on the first day of spring. So March 19th, March 20th time frame, okay, for the high temperatures. Tomorrow, more akin to what we normally see April 7th and 8th. So thinking eclipse time, hey, you know, normally we'd be in the low 70s. So nice, right? Upper 60s and low 70s expected for your Wednesday. One thing about Wednesday, a little bit breezy, and we'll talk about that here in just a second. Let's get you into our rain chances. Now, obviously not today, lots of sunshine. Tomorrow will be dry. The rain moves in here for your Thursday, and I think that this won't be an all-day situation, but there will be some opportunities for scattered showers and rumbles of thunder to contend with on your Thursday. So let's go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. And what you'll notice, again, exiting upper low, moving off towards Middle Tennessee, East Tennessee, and we will get the sunshine all day long. So we get low and mid-60s. Because the clouds are lingering a little bit longer, you might be able to tag 60 out towards Nashville. Down to the south and west of us, head down I-40, closing in on 70 in Little Rock and Pine Bluff today. Tonight we'll be down through the 30s and 40s. Look at the highs tomorrow in the upper 60s and low 70s, variably cloudy skies. It will be a pretty breezy day. The winds coming out of the Gulf of Mexico gusting 25 to 35 miles per hour, and then we get ready for our next weather maker. That will bring us more clouds heading into your Thursday. Chances for rain also for your Thursday. Probably also watch out for some banks of fog that could also be mixed in there heading into the early portions of Thursday morning. Off and on showers, some rumbles of thunder pushing across the area. I think the rumbles of thunder will start rolling through as we head towards the late afternoon, early evening hours. It's not a ton of rain that we're talking about, and it's in and out of here fairly quickly. But I think during the day, there's probably going to be some opportunities for some scattered showers, rumbles of thunder, nothing too wild there. There might be a gusty shower here or there, but most spots likely get in and out of it without much fanfare. By 1 o'clock in the morning, temperatures are in the 50s and easing down through the 40s heading into the early portions of Friday as skies clear out, sunshine to return heading towards your Friday. How much rainfall could we see? This is going to run through Friday and about anywhere from 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of rainfall. A couple of heavier pockets, you might catch a quick 1/2 inch if you get underneath a pretty heavy downpour, which we do still need the rainfall across middle and west Tennessee, northwest Mississippi as well, where we still have an extreme drought ongoing. But there have been improvements slowly but surely on the drought monitor over the course of the last couple of weeks. Of course, this is holdover basically from the latter half of summer into the fall months where we were just so dry. Of course, we had so many issues along the Mississippi River as well. The river's obviously come up in a great deal over the last couple of weeks, and you probably have noticed if you're driving across the Mississippi River into Arkansas, you're going to notice some spots that are a little wetter than normal. Some of that backwater starting to get up there. So it's not bad. We're not to spring flood season just yet, but you'll definitely notice differences from where we have been in recent weeks and months. In the meantime, our weather overall is pretty quiet. You've got a couple of hiccups here, and the main hiccup is really going to be on Thursday. But before that happens, you do get an opportunity for some wind to come blowing through here. Look at the gusts tomorrow afternoon, gusting 30, 35 miles per hour across eastern Arkansas and through the Delta location. So Delta locations, my friends, it's going to get pretty breezy. Up on the bluff and in the higher terrain, you're going to have wind gusts anywhere from 20 to 30 miles per hour. So again, 20 to 30s, eastern portions of the Action News 5 coverage area, western portions of the area, 30 to 35 mile per hour wind gusts. Then the winds really start taking hold as we get that front getting a little closer to us. Still got a south and southwesterly breeze flowing through here. Some gusts on Thursday morning, though, anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour. We'll probably keep that going throughout the day. Winds are more westerly and eventually northwesterly as we head towards the back end of your Wednesday. night, your back end of your Thursday as the frontal boundary makes progress into the area. And again, this is not going to be an all-day situation where it's constantly raining, but more scattered activity that's going to be rolling through here. Think back to last Friday where we had that scattered activity kind of popping up during the course of the day. It wasn't all day long that we were seeing rain, but there were periods of time where showers and some rumbles of thunder will be pushing through the area. Most of it's done by midnight. Sunshine to return for Friday, and then you see the gradual trend here back towards a warmer solution heading towards the weekend. Low and mid 60s on Saturday, nearing 70 on Sunday, lower 70s on Monday. And Andrew, I said this yesterday, I'm still sticking on this. You know, when we have temperatures that are running 10, 15, 20 degrees above average, it is really hard this time of the year to not have to tangle with something that is going to change the game. There's got to be something that sends you back to a sense of normalcy. It's not going to be this system, but I think there's one just beyond this 7-day forecast. In the 10-day forecast, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week, somewhere in that time frame, there has been some indication of a broad storm system that would likely come through here to bring us back to a sense of normalcy to head into the beginning portions of March to end out the month of February. To what extent, to be seen. But like I said, it's really hard when you have this type of warmth for this period of time and you don't have something to come and change you back into normal. You know, you just can't get out of it without it being a little loud around here, if you know what I'm saying.
You know, I like getting the heads up early like you're giving us, Patrick. I appreciate that. And I guess one of the things is we just got to get out and enjoy this nice weather this week and for the next several days, it looks like.
I mean, look at that weekend. If you got plans this weekend, actually, I've got a wedding to go to on Saturday, and looks fantastic. So, you know, if you've got plans out and about, you've got a lot of days here. If you're thinking, okay, maybe you want to go ahead and put out your bud, your flowers and things like that, your plants. Just reminder, okay, I also do not want you to do that so quickly and putting out your bulbs and things like that, because there's always that Easter snap. Don't ever underestimate the Easter snap. And I think that March, as a general rule, while we may start off March a little bit warmer, I think March actually will end up being cooler than average. So, you know, while we have a nice ramp up here in the short term, March is looking a little cooler. But still, think about, in a general sense, you're warming up gradually over the course of the next couple of weeks. And not to mention, we're not far away from the time change as well. So things are changing quickly as we approach the month of March. But as I mentioned, we got one storm system really this week, quiet through the weekend, watching just beyond the 7-day for another system to come down the pipeline.
Got it. All right. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis giving us the heads up on changes in the forecast. Patrick, thank you.
No problem.
All right, there is a live look from our High Five camera there in Midtown Memphis. As you can see it here, shining bright, the sun, 43 degrees as you get up on this Tuesday. We got more on the Action News 5 digital desk in 60 seconds. We got Jennifer Chandler back in. Feels like it's been forever, Jennifer, since we talked with you. Glad to have you back. And, you know, a lot of people during Lent, during the Lenten season, they like to refrain from meat. And so I think your title of the best fish dishes across Memphis and the Mid-South is perfect. How are you this morning?
I'm doing very well. And first and foremost, happy Valentine's Day. And one of the reasons I wrote this story, because Valentine's Day falls on Ash Wednesday, which is a day of abstaining from meat. And then for the next 6 weeks, there will be abstaining from meat on Fridays. And so I thought I would, for those that are Catholic and observe those traditions, um, so I thought I'd compile this list for those people, as well as people who just love to eat fish, which I'm a big fan of fish dishes.
Me too. Me too. I'm with you. Let's go.
So the first one on my list, and first I actually have to say, this list was a little hard to put together in some respects, because it's funny how many dishes have like bacon in it, or chicken stock, or pork. So all the dishes on this list that we're going to talk about today, I have a full list of 10 up on the commercialappeal.com, but all of them are meat free. So there's no pork and no chicken stock, no meat in them at all. So these are all Lent approved, or if people are avoiding pork approved, fish dishes. So the first one on my list is at Dory Restaurant in Brookhaven Circle. And this dish it's called scallops and mussels. And it is a very kind of simple dish, but done so well. I mean, it is just sublime. It is perfectly seared scallops and with a few perfectly cooked mussels that are served over a just creamy, perfectly cooked risotto. A citrus beurre blanc kind of ties it all together. It's one of those dishes that I say kind of exemplifies why Chef David Krog over at Dory is one of the best chefs in Memphis, because he can make something so simple be so elevated. And it's really, really one of my favorite dishes there, and something that I order every time I go. So next on my list is Tsunami. So Tsunami has this dish. Their roasted sea bass is kind of been it's a quintessential Memphis fish dish that makes pretty much every best fish dish list in Memphis for decades now. I think that Chef Ben Smith put it on his very first menu, and he has never been able to take it off because people always complain because it is so beloved. And again, simple dish with everything done perfectly. He takes and pan sears a piece of sea bass until it has this golden crust that you can see in this photo. So delicious. And he serves it over the black tie rice, which if you've not had this, it's like this kind of like sticky, nutty flavored rice that's so flavorful. And then it's all kind of tied together with a soy beurre blanc butter sauce. And again, pretty much 3 components make up this dish, but it is one of those things that is so wonderful. And again, a dish when I go to this restaurant that I order very often. Moving along, if you like crab, the next 2 dishes are going to be ones you're going to want to check out. Coastal Fish Company has my favorite crab cake in the city of Memphis. It is like all crab, very little binder. You can see from the picture that it is just like pieces of jumbo lump crab meat, kind of lightly held together. It's served with a stone ground mustard sauce that is actually, you think stone ground mustard, it might be strong flavored. It actually is kind of perfectly tempered and is a great complement to the crab cakes there. And one of the other things that I love about this dish is, as you can see in this photo, it has the corn. The corn is like a bruleed corn. So it's like cream of corn, like good old Southern cream of corn. And they kind of put, I guess, some sugar on top and brulee it and add this like crunch to it. And it is so decadently good. One of my things that I like to tell people about Coastal Fish Company, and I shouldn't tell it too much, I can't believe I'm going to give my secret away, is that make a reservation around sunset. So that I swear that restaurant has the most beautiful sunset view in the city of Memphis, because it's sitting there right on in Shelby Farms on the banks of Hyde Lake. And it is just a stunning sunset. So in the winter, that means you got to have dinner a little bit early. The early bird special, as I always call it, at like 5:30 or so. But in the winter, in the summer months, you can definitely do it later. But, I always try to plan my reservation there about 30 minutes before sunset, So that we can be enjoying a glass of wine and an appetizer as the sun is setting for one of the most beautiful views in the city of Memphis. Moving on, Dim Sum King. So this restaurant over on Summer Avenue is one of my favorite restaurants to go to with a group and do family style because there's so many things on the menu and so much to choose from. It's much more fun to do it with these large plates that come family style, so you can try a little bit of everything. And the dish for them that I chose was their Hong Kong style crab. So this is a dish where they basically, it's very impressive when it comes to the table. But it is basically fried crab legs and pieces of crab, kind of tempura fried, and it's served with their what they call their XO sauce, which is just this flavorful sauce that has a little bit of a kick, but not too much of a kick. And it's kind of garnished with things like jalapeno and some dried onion, and there are other kind of seasoning blends that they put on, and it's just really kind of a fun dish to share at the table. And one of the things that they take their seafood very seriously at this particular Chinese restaurant. When you walk in the door, of course, the first thing you're going to see is a tank full of eels. I don't know if I'm going to be eating eel, but if you look along the other wall, there's an entire wall full of fresh seafood that is swimming around. So the crabs and the lobsters and the fish that you eat come from those tanks. So it is as fresh as you can get. And it is, as I said, this is a really fun restaurant to go. That would be a good Galentine's spot for Valentine's Day, but it would also be a fun thing to do with a bunch of your friends on an evening to go and share these dishes. And then last on my list is biscuits and jams. So if you've not been to this brunch spot in Bartlett, you need to check it out. It is such a great concept. Monique Williams is the chef and the owner, and it is all about breakfast, lunch, and brunch here. And she makes it fun. She makes her homemade biscuits, and then the jam. She also makes homemade jams, but they're also fun tunes playing. And she has one of my favorite breakfast dishes in town. This shrimp and crawfish Creole Benedict is just really, really sublime. The sauce with the crawfish and the shrimp is just, reminiscent of something you would have in New Orleans. It's super flavorful. But one of the things I really love about it is instead of using the traditional English muffins for the Benedict, what she does is she makes a kind of like a cheddar grits cake. So it is like almost like think grits meets hash browns. So it's kind of like this crispy exterior and this soft interior. And then she puts this garlicky spinach on top, and then the egg, and then the sauce. And it's really yummy, yummy, yummy. And a shout out for Monique that she is about to open a second biscuits and jams downtown. It will be coming downtown probably later this spring, so be on the lookout for that. So those are 5 of my favorite ones that I picked. There are 5 more that you need to check out at commercialappeal.com when you're thinking about where you want to go for a delicious fish dish this time of year during Lent or any time of year.
Yes, I'm someone that loves fish. Growing up in South Florida, I love all seafood. And so I've only been to Coastal Fish and Tsunami there to get their fish dishes. So I'm excited to check out some more. And it's just, I can't wait to check out the other 5 on commercialappeal.com/food.
Yes, this was a fun one for me to do because I love all of these things. That I just think that, yeah, fish any time of the year is a great thing, and Memphis restaurants do it really, really well. So think beyond the barbecue, and we're gonna make ourselves be known as the Fish City. How about that?
I love it. I love it. Jennifer Chandler, as always, thank you so much for all the insight into the best dishes in Memphis, and this time, the best fish dishes that we love. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Okay, let's talk now about how to curb unhealthy social media behaviors. You know what I'm talking about, where you scroll, you just want to scroll for maybe a few seconds, maybe 30 seconds. Next thing you know, you're scrolling for 20 minutes. You got FOMO, the fear of missing out. You got filters, you got influencers bugging you about all kinds of different things. It can be unhealthy for so many of us, especially teenagers that want to be an influencer, want to be on social media. So let's talk right now with a local nonprofit that's dealing with teens with mental health issues to learn how we can curb unhealthy social media behaviors and some of the resources out there. I'm joined by Rachel Alhorn. She's the clinical director of Communicare. Rachel, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great.
Good. I appreciate you joining us. Let's talk about some of the unhealthy behaviors that you see. And what is Communicare? Tell us about that.
Communicare is a community mental health center. We serve 6 counties in North Mississippi. We provide substance abuse and mental health treatment, and we also have programs for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
Okay, where are you based? Are you based in North Mississippi? You said DeSoto County?
Actually, our main office location is in Lafayette County, so Oxford, but we serve
excellent.
Panola, Lafayette, Marshall, Calhoun, Tate, and Yalobusha counties.
Yeah, you had a big parade there yesterday. It was for the
We did.
team.
We did. Woohoo!
Right, hotty toddy. Okay, so let's talk about these unhealthy social media behaviors. What are you seeing?
So research has shown that social media use in teens can be linked with mental health problems such as anxiety, depression, even ADHD, poor impulse control problems, and body dysmorphia. And we're all just connected to our phones at this point, especially teens. And because teens have developing brains, surging hormones, and these unique social pressures, combined with the value that they place on social media, it can really just lead to dependence and poor choices with teens. So some of the problem behaviors that we see with teens and social media: scrolling as soon as you wake up before you even get out of bed, oversharing, constant checking for notifications, feeling anxious or sad when you can't access your social media, not being able to be present in the moment, especially with people that you care about, deleting posts that may not receive enough reactions, likes, or comments, unhealthy comparisons to certain influencers or people, presences on social media, misrepresenting yourself on social media, and then generally just spending too much time on social media platforms.
Being the father of 2 teenagers, I know exactly what you're talking about, and this hits home for so many people, so many parents out there, certainly so many teenagers. How do we break these unhealthy habits the best, most effective ways?
Well, I think that it's really important to mention that for parents, it's easier to know how to protect your kids and teens when you know how to use the social media platforms yourself. So I do want to encourage parents to familiarize yourself with these platforms, know how to use it, have an open and curious conversation with your kids and teens about it. And then some specific behaviors that can help with healthy habits on social media is, before you say anything on social media, ask yourself, is this true? Is this kind? Is this necessary? Is now the right time to say it? Set limits and adhere to them. Focus on your actual friends and your real support system instead of people that you don't know or maybe will never meet. Follow people that make you happy, that you can learn from. If you feel bitter or you feel like you're envious of people, you can unfollow them, even just for temporarily. And then when you catch yourself and you realize hours have passed and you have been scrolling for a long time, just take a break and come back to it later. Everybody gets lost on social media. Sometimes it's kind of designed to do that to us. And that's okay. Just when you recognize it, put it to the side, distract yourself, go get engaged with some real life activities.
I think a lot of it has to deal with self-realization. I mean, realize to yourself that, like, hey, I have a problem here. I can't put the phone down enough. I can't put limits on it enough. Is that what you're hearing from your vantage point?
I think so. And to be honest with you, I can relate to a lot of this myself. But my phone
Yeah.
is a big part of my job. I have to keep it nearby, and it's so easy to get on your phone to check, a message or respond to an email, and the next thing you know, I'm over on a social media platform responding, and it's like, oh, how'd this happen? So there are things on your phone. I have an Apple phone. And so there are some limits that I can put in there that kind of pop up and say, hey, you've spent, 30 minutes on this today. Do you want to add more time to your limit? Or, is this enough for today? And so it's really helpful for me to set those limits for myself and then stick to them. I mean, I would encourage other people to do that also.
So if someone is having, these are all great tips, great ideas, Rachel, but if someone's having problems doing that and having problems and trouble distancing themselves from some of these unhealthy social habits, and you're right, it's not just teenagers, it's all of us. It's anybody that has an Apple or Google phone, and it can affect all of us. What can they do?
First off, take a break. So just take a pause on social media. Get some time to get away from it, clear your head. So if that means just deleting the app off your phone, if it means deactivating it for a little while, something that can give you a clear break from social media. And then take time to go back and think about what you want to get out of social media. What was your original goal? Why are you interested in this? And what are you hoping to avoid? Maybe even make a list and write it down. Make a plan to really set some limits and stick to them. Make a plan to only follow positive people and only post positive content as kind of a commitment to yourself. And then, of course,
like
talk to
that.
someone you trust about your struggles. Remember that you're in control, and it's always okay to ask for help.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, be just that positive beacon of light on social media. What resources does Communicare have for teens or for any of us that are dealing with mental health issues around this unhealthy social media behavior?
We really want to make treatment individualized for each person. So we have a variety of services options. So we have individual, group, family therapy, we have case management, we have peer support, which is a service where someone gets to work with someone who has actual lived experience and they're in recovery from mental illness or substance abuse issues. And we have just seen some miraculous stuff happen with our peer support specialists, especially with youth peer support. It's really good to have someone who has been there, you can really relate to them, they can relate to you. And then we have a crisis line that's available 24/7. And so if anybody is struggling with any of these issues, mental health, substance abuse, or even related to social media, please reach out to us at any time, and we'd be happy to, meet with you and see what options would be right for that person.
Okay, listen, Rachel Alcorn, Clinical Director at Communicare, really appreciate all this advice. Thanks so very much, and I think you're really helping some of our viewers out there. We appreciate it.
Great, thanks for having me.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. 7:30 is the time, 43 degrees in Memphis, and in just a few hours, the Memphis City Council will be discussing a very important issue that's come up several times before, a bit of a controversial issue at that. It is about giving Memphis City Council members lifetime health insurance, even if they serve 4 years or 8 years, and it's retroactive into the last term of the Memphis City Council term. So this would include the previous Memphis City Council that just their term just ended. They're discussing that health insurance for life ordinance later today. We have Action News 5 Sydney Hawkins outside of City Hall with a preview.
We're talking about an extended health insurance plan for Memphis City Council members for years, if not decades to come. First introduced by previous Memphis City Council Chair Martavius Jones. And though Jones is no longer on the Memphis City Council, this item remained on the agenda and a priority for the recently elected council. If passed, the ordinance would provide lifetime health insurance to council members elected after January 1st, 2015. The ordinance would not apply to any council member who did not serve at least 2 full terms, or any council member who did serve 2 full terms or was removed or had some type of misconduct issue. The council members would pay 30% of a premium. The city, which includes taxpayer dollars, would pay the rest. Now, this is something many people tell us they are not on board with. Now, a similar measure was brought before the Shelby County Commission that rejected that idea twice. Nashville's Metro City Council also got rid of a similar plan, adding their plan, again in Nashville, cost taxpayers $800,000 a year. So this measure will be going on the final vote later today after being delayed several times. Now, if this measure is approved, those council members would be receiving this extended health care plan until they are 65 years old. Reporting in downtown Memphis, Sydney Hawkins, Action News 5.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. One of the best reporters that follows and tracks taxpayer money, dollars, elected officials to see what they're doing is Sam Hardiman with the Daily Memphian. He joins us regularly at this time, every couple of weeks, to talk about some of the articles that he's working on, some things that have been already published. And today, this morning, there is one about Memphis tourism sitting on $27 million, gets tax dollars to promote the city. Sam, good morning to you. I appreciate the article as always. First off, I want to say, how was your weekend?
Morning, Andrew. Good morning to you as well. My weekend was good. I got some baseball cards and some basketball cards, and that was very exciting. I like your tie today as well. How was your weekend?
Very good. Thank you for the compliment. Hey, look, baseball, football cards, hey, that's all good stuff. You never know. One of those things could be worth a lot of money one of these days. So let's get into your article because Memphis tourism, that's always, an interesting topic to talk about. Taxpayer dollars, it's a nonprofit, 501c3. And I like how you compared the dollars with other cities that we're familiar with and how Memphis manages their money. I don't want to say too much, so I open it up to you on how much you want to explain your article.
Yeah, so people can check this article out at dailymemphian.com. And what we did and what I wrote about at the Daily Memphian is Memphis Tourism, known as the Memphis Convention and Visitors Bureau, is a 501c6. It's a type of nonprofit. It's a business league, and it receives a substantial amount of money every year from local government, from Shelby County and the city of Memphis. It receives about $11 million from Shelby County in hotel motel taxes. It receives about $5 million in hotel fees, essentially taxes, from the city of Memphis. That money is supposed to be used to promote tourism throughout the Memphis region, throughout Shelby County. And what we found at the Daily Memphian, looking through about 10 years of federal tax filings, 990s, that are publicly available, was that Memphis tourism has really grown a significant cash pile. It was at the end of June 2022, which is the latest figure available, had $27 million on its books. And by on its books, I mean the cash it has in its bank account, savings account, as well as a bond fund. Essentially has bond mutual funds, which is a very common and safe investing practice largely. And all that money adds up to about $27 million. And I looked at other 501c6 convention and visitors bureaus throughout the country. And those three were San Diego, Atlanta, and Nashville, which is obviously right down the road. And all those convention and visitors bureaus spent well more than 95% of their revenue on an annual basis. So they got revenue in, it went out the door, essentially. What's happened with Memphis Tourism is over the past 5 years, they've spent about 85% of their revenue. So which is the most of their revenue, certainly, but 15% of the money that they've received, largely from local government, just hasn't been spent on promoting Memphis.
So, so you said 85% is spent, and you said with the other areas that you looked at, Nashville, Atlanta, San Diego, they spend 95%? Is that what you said?
San Diego spends 98%, Nashville spends 98%, and Atlanta spends 95%.
Okay. And when you ask Kevin Kane, who's the president of Memphis Tourism, what was his response to only spending 85%?
Said that he wasn't trying to build a giant cash pile at the risk of not serving Memphis and Memphis tourism, and that he was really following best practices in order to keep a significant amount of cash on hand. You know, he said 6 to 9 months of expenses on hand in case of, you know, a revenue shortfall of some kind. Judging from the expenses that Memphis MA runs on an annual basis, which is about $14 million, $27 million is essentially 2 years of cash on hand. It's not 6 to 9 months.
Gotcha. Is there a push to maybe change up practices from the Memphis tourism side, or what do you think?
I don't know if there's a push yet. I've seen some local elected officials, for example, Shelby County Commissioner Mick Wright noted the article after it came out this morning and sort of openly wondered what Shelby County could do with $11 million. Remember, the money that comes from Memphis tourism, the $11 million a year from Shelby County, is hotel motel taxes. And that's been essentially written into statute ordinance that it goes to Memphis tourism. It pays off the debt. Essentially, it pays off the debt at FedEx Forum, which is where the Memphis Grizzlies plays and is jointly owned by the city and the county. And then the remainder essentially goes to Memphis tourism. That's the way the rules are written of, you know, how this goes. Those rules could be changed. And obviously one county commissioner saying something is not a movement make. But it's certainly interesting. I think people are waking up today and learning just a little bit about it.
I would think Memphis tourism has a lot to do in order to get people to come to town, and tourism is certainly a lifeblood of this area, certainly one of the biggest industries out there when it comes to Memphis and the Mid-South. It'll be interesting to see if there's maybe a movement to spend more of its budget or to cut it back.
Will certainly be interesting going forward, and we'll definitely be following it.
Okay, you know, if someone's joining us right now for the very first time and they're being introduced to Sam Hardiman, he's the city beat writer for the Daily Memphian, and he covers essentially Memphis City Hall and taxpayer dollars and Shelby County Commission as well. Is there anything else you want to mention, Sam, to our audience right now before we let you go?
No, thank you. Thanks for having me on, and please check out the article at dailymemphian.com and check out all of our work at dailymemphian.com. And if you can, please subscribe. Every little bit helps. Journalism is not free. Andrew, I really appreciate coming on every 2 weeks. It's great.
Yeah, no, I love it too, and I love talking about your stories because these are important stories, as you mentioned. Just following taxpayer dollars. I mean, it's just important that someone's out there doing that work, Sam, and thankfully you're one of those guys. So we really appreciate your hard work. You're right, it isn't free, and people should subscribe. So thanks again for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Andrew.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this. This is the latest edition of Memphis Magazine on newsstands right now, the February edition. And there is an article that shows some amazing restaurants right now open. In fact, it's the top 8 new restaurants in Memphis. Look at those pictures. Gorgeous stuff there. Public Bistro, Amelia Jeans, which I've heard so much about, Bog and Barley I've been to. Let's bring in the author of this report. Again, top 8 best restaurants in Memphis. Sam Chichi with the best assignments. Each and every time we talk, he's always talking about food and restaurants in a foodie city. Sam, good stuff. Tell me some of the stuff that when you were going around for this assignment, what surprised you the most?
Well, it's always hard to say, but I continue to be surprised by I guess, the creativity and just the overall quality that I see year after year. The restaurant industry is still a very hard business to be in, but, every time I'm going out and exploring new restaurants, the chefs, the owners, all the staff, they're still prepared. They're going 100%. They don't let their standards drop, and then we are rewarded. Us, the city of Memphis, and the people are rewarded with these fantastic new restaurants. And I don't know how many, or I don't know how so many great places manage to coexist, but we keep getting these new surprises. And honestly, I'm still astounded by the level of quality that a not super large city like ours is able to produce on a very consistent basis.
Yeah, I have a little bit of video of us showing some of the pictures from Memphis Magazine. Let's go through some of those 8 restaurants that you mentioned in the article in Memphis Magazine, the February edition.
Sure thing. Yeah. Yeah.
So
first
we
of all,
have-
Dos Hermanos. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just pick up wherever you want.
Sure. Yeah. Just to start, Dos Hermanos. First of all, this was an assignment by committee, so I unfortunately did not get to try every restaurant on here, but I have been to most of them. But my boss Anna, she went to Dos Hermanos and she had a great time. She said she walked in and the chef Eli was singing "Landslide" by Fleetwood Mac and just serenading during an early morning, afternoon karaoke session. And what a great thing to have at the revamped downtown library. I think it's great when they have when you have a show with your meal. For this assignment, my biggest surprise, I headed out to Dim Sum King, kind of an authentic Sichuan restaurant, and I missed out on their cart service. But wow, they just have so many small plates of awesome Chinese food. A lot of things that I hadn't really tried before. I tried curry cuttlefish. I wasn't really sure what that even was. It was a cool kind of, little spicy squid kind of dish, like a little rubbery calamari. I got to try a really good barbecue duck leg. And I mean, honestly, that menu was kind of overwhelming. But if you're even remotely interested in Chinese food, I think you gotta hop in your car and get out there and see all the cool things they have. It was like kind of like a whole new culinary frontier for me. You know, I'm used to barbecue, tacos, all the classics, but that was really something that got me out of my comfort zone, and I think a lot of Memphians might appreciate that.
Yeah, no question. And you know what was interesting about this list, Sam, and I'm gonna play it again so we can talk while we're looking at some of these, is the fact that there's a lot of diversity in a number of these restaurants. You know, it's not just one kind of genre. We're looking at all kinds. You mentioned Dos Hermanos, Dim Sum King there, Bog and Barley, Irish food. You have the lobbyists. Those are the folks that were in Collierville at P.O. Press. Now they're downtown. Amelia Jean's. I've heard so much about, haven't been to yet. A deli, Hive Bagel and Deli. So it's just, I love the diversity of these new restaurants. Tell me the experience of that. And I would think, it's not the most conducive industry to success. I mean, we all know nationally, 90% of restaurants fail or something like that. It's a huge number, but yet there are new restaurateurs, it seems like each and every year in Memphis, and I just love seeing the creativity out there.
Absolutely, and I'm thinking back to the Memphis Flyer story I did on on Board to Beers, the game place, and the owner there had said something to me. Memphis people love Memphis things, and I think that's very true. When we see these new entrepreneurs and chefs and creators, come up with a concept, I think the default mindset for us is we want to support that. We want to check it out. We want to see what they're cooking up, and sometimes there's a bit of a rough patch when you're getting off the ground, but we really want to see these new ventures succeed. And, if they're contributing something that's something new, something fresh, that's even more the case. For our February dining features, we really try to be conscious of the new restaurants that open and pick a diverse set of restaurants. But that's not really that hard because, like you said, we do have so many different places opening up. They're all, very good. I can even downtown, I can hop over to Amelia Jean's and get some, fantastic fine dining food, some steak or some nice pasta or whatever other specials they're cooking up. Or just, I think 1 or 2 blocks up the street, I can, go get a bagel at Hive and, see what Chef Josh is doing. And there's just so much diversity here. And, people are working really hard to, I guess, make their dreams a reality in this business. And, we're happy to support. And it's so much fun.
We have thousands of people watching the Digital Desk each and every morning, Sam, as you know. If someone hasn't really been to any of those 8 restaurants, what would you tell them as they walk in? A lot of times people say, well, you don't want to go to a restaurant for the first 6 months because they're still trying to work out the timing and the kitchen and the serving staff. But, these are relatively new restaurants. What would you tell them if they decide to hit one of these 8?
I would say absolutely go for it. Before you do, I would recommend reading our Dinner at 8 feature to see if any of them jump out at you, and think about what you're in the mood for. Maybe check out their menu online to see if they have the kind of food you might want. Again, there's a lot of diversity here, but sometimes it can be tough for a new restaurant to find its feet. But I went to a lot of these restaurants really early, and honestly, most of them weren't really struggling with any teething problems, for want of a better phrase with that. So yeah, I would say go for it, honestly. I think it's, enriching to try out new restaurant experiences, try out new types of food that you might not have experienced before. Even if you're a picky eater, and you don't like it, sometimes that's just how it goes. But, there's so much good stuff on offer. It's really just something you have to embrace, and I think anyone will come out the better for it.
No question about it. Sam Chi with the Memphis Flyer, the Memphis Magazine. Great article there. Top 8 new restaurants in Memphis. Sam, good eating on you, and appreciate the info. Take care of yourself.
Thanks, Andrew.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. We often associate acne breakouts with our teen years, but for so many Americans out there, breakouts aren't just a distant memory. In fact, acne is the most prevalent skin disease right now, affecting up to 80% of people at some point during their lives. Let's talk about acne, some of the causes, and what we can do to help ourselves with the one and only Dr. Pimple Popper. Dr. Sandra Lee, dermatologist, is with us here on the Action News 5 digital desk. Dr. Lee, thanks so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you guys?
We are doing well, thank you very much. So, so tell us, what is the cause of acne primarily?
Well, acne is caused by oily skin or sebum that builds up in our pores. And sebum is really largely controlled by hormones. So really, that's really what causes everything. You know, hormones are also called androgens. These increase and decrease throughout our lifetime, so they fluctuate. And so when they are higher, like during teenage years, that's when you have more acne breakouts. And so actually, though, throughout your life, it can really fluctuate and go up and down so that, you know, you can get them when you're 50. You can even get acne when you're in your 50s and your 60s. So it doesn't really matter your age or your gender. Hormones.
So tell me about the AHA Acne Hormones campaign that you are a part of. I guess it spotlights the role of hormones as the underlying cause of acne. Tell me more.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for people to understand why we get acne breakouts. And that's really a key to treating, because I think people feel really helpless when they have a breakout and they don't know how to treat it. And then you get some kind of, you know, treatment regimen from your doctor and you're like, well, I don't even know what this does. I don't know, you know, what it's doing. I don't know if it's going to work or not. But if people understand that it's caused by hormones specifically, and that a certain medication is going to specifically help to treat those or lower those hormones in your skin, then I think people are going to be more willing to use it, and they're going to actually also feel really like a part of the treatment, right? They're going to feel like they have control over their own skin.
Dr. Lee, you have this show on TLC, and it's a hit show. So many people watch it, but it's interesting. I know in our viewers, and you might find this yourself, that people are in either one of two camps. They either love the show or they can't stand it because they can't stand watching the video. Tell me about your success and what the show's like.
Well, I think it became successful because either people hate it or they love it, but either way, they're talking about it, right? So that's really what really drove the interest or, you know, the popularity of the show. And I really think what's great about it is even if you have to look away at certain parts, there's such a wonderful story there. You really meet people that you kind of connect with because you see how we can change their lives in very positive ways. And so it's a really great feel-good story. It just really kind of starts with something that's a little bit maybe a little uncomfortable to watch or uncomfortable to see. But that's what's really great about it. I feel so lucky to be a part of it.
So many people watching right now either have a family member or a friend that has been affected by serious acne throughout some point of their lives. Can you maybe talk about some myths and misconceptions about acne?
Sure. I mean, I think greasy food, right? I'm sure like a mom has told a son, like, you know, you stop eating that pizza because that's really just going to make your acne worse. Well, you know, pizza only causes acne if you rub it all over your face, because that's where you're getting oil on your skin. Eating pizza is not going to transfer to oil increasing in your skin. So that's one myth. Also, you need to wash your face more because your skin is just dirty and that's why you're getting acne. Well, actually, overwashing your face can make your acne much worse and make your skin really irritated and, you know, even increase the risk for scarring and bleeding and things like that. So, you know, I think what's really important is to get people understanding the root cause of acne, which is really due to our hormones. And in many ways, we can't really control that unless you really use some medications that are going to specifically help to lower those levels.
What about your gut? I hear a lot of doctors talk about your microbiome, your gut as maybe a source of some acne out there. Is that true?
I mean, I think that the microbiome and, you know, people doing probiotics and prebiotics and postbiotics are all try to increase the health of our gut and also potentially increase the health of our skin in many ways. And, you know, there's a lot of new things that we're learning in that sort of arena, but you know, it's just part of the whole process. And I think in general, if we feel healthy in general, our skin is going to look more healthy. You know, we're going to feel good about ourselves.
If you had to maybe give 3 headlines of the best things for teenagers and adults to do in order to maintain a clean, healthy skin without acne, what would you tell them?
I would say make sure to address your skin if it is oily, because the oiliness is really what is a key promoter for acne. I would say for the health of your skin, make sure you wear sunscreen and protect it from sun damage or premature aging, skin cancer, that sort of thing. And the third is probably to smile and be happy, because happiness really, you know, really makes us feel good and really makes your skin look better. And really, when you smile, you have fewer wrinkles too. So.
Quickly, where can people get more information from you with regards to the campaign that you're on and acne health overall?
Yes, there's a website, acnehormones.com.
Awesome. All right, Dr. Sandra Lee, Dr. Pimple Popper, thanks so much for joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We appreciate your info.
Thank you.
Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. According to the American Veterinary Medical Association, approximately 1 in 4 dogs, that's 25% of them, will develop a tumor at some stage in their life. Now, here to talk to us about the first of its kind National Canine Cancer Registry is Dr. Susan Ettinger, a veterinary cancer specialist, and Lisa Conte. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. So let's hear about the first Gallup survey and how this all works.
Yeah, so the Gallup poll was a survey of over 6,000 people, and about 67% of them were dog owners. So much information was collected. One of the interesting findings, we're looking at the prevalence and incidence of dog cancer. And the prevalence in 2021 for dogs was about 3.4%, which is less than 5% in people. But so interesting and scary was the incidence. So newly diagnosed cancer cases in dogs was 2.8%, which is 5 times what we're seeing in people, which is 0.57%. So we really need this registry so we can understand why we're seeing so much cancer in dogs. We do know that it's unfortunately the #1 reason that dogs will die.
So the registry is a long-term commitment, and it's all about information, about data, about facts. So we can have a better opportunity to assess the risk of cancer in our dogs, which we're hearing is the #1 killer in dogs. And also, so we have the best opportunity for early diagnosis, prevention and treatment options, and overall to provide the best care and comfort to our doggy friends.
So the registry is a retrospective. It started with a review of over 35,000 medical records, and we're reviewing that information for cancer diagnosis, looking at information like the breed of the dog, gender, location, so where do they live, and then all that is entered into a secure database. It's de-identified, so it's all anonymous. And then we're going to continue to collect information, and that's where we need help of the veterinary community so veterinary clinics can upload information. And if you're a pet owner with a dog that's been diagnosed with cancer, you can also upload your pet's information. And again, everything will be anonymous and it's all free.
So we're launching the registry today. So the response that we have from the Gallup survey, 80% of the respondents want a registry. They understand how important this is to be able to take the best care of their dogs, take the best care of their whole family. You know, dogs that, when a pet owner gets the diagnosis of cancer in their dogs, about 70% of the time they go into depression. And you think of these dogs are so important for our emotional health, and it sort of reverses that role. So it's takechargeregistry.com. That's where this information can be uploaded. This is the first of its kind in the United States. Registries exist in Europe. So this is a long-term commitment, and we're going to continue to upload data and continue to look at the progress that we're making in treating cancer in dogs, hopefully part of the benefit of having this registry.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A spring preview on the way across the Mid-South as we get into the middle 60s as we roll through this Tuesday. Rondo, as well as Memphis, Byhalia, Senatobia, and Brighton, all at 65 today. That is more akin to what we would normally see as we get into the first couple of days of spring. So if you're a spring fan, I think you can get behind this. And guess what? It gets even warmer as we head through tomorrow. But there will be some changes on the way over the course of the next few days. There will be some rain chances. Not today, not tomorrow, but opportunities rolling in here on your Thursday as a storm system rolls southward across the area, bringing us a chance for scattered showers and some rumbles of thunder expected during that time frame. In the meantime, the weather pretty quiet here today. Lots of sunshine. Again, temperatures lower to middle 60s, upper 60s down to the south and west of us as you head closer to Little Rock and Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Guess what? The milder temperatures continue rolling into your Wednesday with a couple of clouds early on. We'll see more clouds building in gradually through the course of your Wednesday with highs in the upper 60s and lower 70s. That is more akin to what we would normally see in the early portions of April. Yes, so if you're a fan of warmer temperatures, you're going to love where we are going as we head towards the next few days. Now, add in the fact, okay, while it will be warm, it'll be very balmy breezes. There will be very balmy breezes blowing in across the area. Some gusts around 25 to 35 miles per hour expected, especially for the Delta location. So eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, these areas likely to see some of those gusts around 30 to 35. The farther east that you go, getting into some of the hillier terrain, heading out through eastern portions of West Tennessee and northeast Mississippi, winds between 20 and 30 miles per hour. Clouds will increase. Here come the rain opportunities. Some scattered showers, some rumbles of thunder pushing across the area. Not looking like a severe weather scenario playing out for us here locally, but we will have to tangle with some off and on rain and some rumbles of thunder moving through the area with temperatures topping out in the middle to upper 60s for your Thursday. Still pretty breezy throughout the course of your Thursday, and then the cooler air will begin to sink in the wake of the front. The front works its way southward through Friday morning and should be out of here with sunshine returning pretty quickly. Now we'll turn cooler for highs on your Friday, but we'll quickly rebound the numbers very quickly back through the 70s heading into the early portions of the next weekend. It's not just here, it's everywhere. Look at Jackson, Mississippi, mid 70s by Sunday, upper 70s by Monday, closing in on the low 80s in Dallas and Fort Worth, even Kansas City, Missouri in the middle 70s, 60 Chicago, near 70 in Louisville, Kentucky. So you get the idea. There's a lot of warmer air that's going to be building in here, not just locally, but regionally and nationally as we head through the next couple of days. After our first bout of warmer warm weather. That's what we're continuing with right now. Again, a little backpedal, and then we get going again next week. Now, I will tell you and re-emphasize this to you again. It's really hard for us to get through a long stretch of warm weather without something to break it up. And eventually there will be a breakup period. The question mark is when exactly and how will it play out? We do have opportunities for rain and storms in the extended 10-day forecast. Again, we've got one opportunity coming in the next 7 days, really. The next opportunity after that will come in mid next week. That one would be the one that we'd have to watch for the potential for a couple of gustier storms, stronger storms moving into the area. We'll watch it closely. You can also track that using the First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Of course, we'll be the first alert to any changes. But as a general rule, it's just really hard for you and really the atmosphere to stay in an extended period of above average temperatures without a little bit of give to go along with it. So 65 the high today, mostly sunny. We'll go partly sunny for your Wednesday. Winds picking up. Again, gusts anywhere from 25 to 35 miles per hour. Gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour possible on Thursday with off and on showers and storms. We'll work our way to the 50s, close to 60 for your Friday, and gradually working our way up through the low 70s for Sunday and Monday. Again, the front side of that system is going to start to head in our direction by the time we head towards the latter half of Monday. I still think that we're generally dry that day, but we get towards Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week, still plenty warm, still plenty muggy, and setting the stage for a larger storm system to come down the pipeline that could have some impacts in our region to round out the month of February, heading into the beginning portions of March. Of course, we'll be the first to alert you to any of those changes, and another way to stay weather aware on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, a free download in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
How are your New Year's resolutions? You know, the top two typically are health and exercise and money. And usually by mid-February, we've scrapped it long ago. But if you're still with those New Year's resolutions to better your health, well, this next segment is for you because we're talking about gut health and how important it is to your overall body. I'm joined right now by Tara Carr. She is a registered dietitian and a gut health expert. Tara, good morning. How are you this morning?
Good morning. I'm great. Thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Talk about gut health for us and how it is so important to our overall health.
Of course. So our gut health is so important for our overall health. What many people don't realize is that so much of our health, whether it be inflammation, how you're actually feeling after you eat, maybe even certain diseases, it all ties back to the gut. So it's not so much you are what you eat, but I think about it is what you feed those microbes in your gut that really can impact your health.
How do we know if we have poor gut health?
That's a great question. So maybe if you're eating foods and you don't feel like you're digesting them well, that could be a sign that there's dysbiosis or maybe not so much of a balance in your gut. Some people do experience things like maybe gas, bloating, those not so fun symptoms. And then other people might have things just like generally tired, right? You just feel like something's off. If you do not feel healthy or you just, you're trying everything, but you're not so sure what's going on, I certainly suggest getting to the root cause, and often that comes from the gut health. So taking a look at your microbiome is a great thing to do.
Okay, so, for our viewers right now, they might be thinking in their head, okay, I think I may have a problem here. How do we improve our gut health?
Wonderful question. So I am a dietitian. There are some strategies that you can do through foods that you eat, and maybe foods that you don't want to eat. So there might be some foods that are contributing to poor gut health. Some of the top three, that might be artificial sweeteners. Those are tied to maybe not so much a healthy gut. Alcoholic beverages, unfortunately, as well. And then those ultra processed foods. All three of those, not so much supporting a healthy gut. But the good news is there are great foods for our gut. And so if you can think mostly plant-based foods, those are all really high in fiber. So more fruits, more vegetables, more whole grains. By increasing those on your plate, you're going to up your fiber content, and that's what those healthy microbes in your gut really need to thrive. So that's what I would suggest as a good starting point, at least.
Okay, all right, I got you. I'm following you so far. What about tests out there that maybe someone could take? Because you see a lot of them out there about ways to test your gut health to see where you are.
Of course. So there are actually a few on the market. Just a quick Google search would get you to microbiome tests. It's not the cutest test, actually. You do have to send off a stool sample. People analyze it for you, and they will tell you what's in your gut. So more and more research needs to be done on this, but that is an option. If you are interested, talk with your physician, or you could do some looking online if you really want to see what microbes, good bacteria, probiotics are in your gut. That's one way to do it, of course.
I was just thinking about asking you a question regarding supplements. You just mentioned probiotics. Are there supplements that you can take today that may help your gut health overall?
Yes, so probiotics is an amazing thing that you can do for your health. Of course, as a dietitian, try that food. I think that's important regardless if you're going to take a probiotic or not. But there are some probiotics that are generally, most people want them in their guts. So for whatever reason, we age, right? We travel, we maybe don't eat in the ideal way all the time. Some of those beneficial bacteria, they leave the gut. And unfortunately, some of them aren't found in foods. So the only way to get them back in is through probiotics. One of the newest ones that's got over like 1,000 research studies done recently is called Akkermansia. And that one actually can only be found at Pendulum Therapeutics. So that's a really great gut support probiotic strain that I like to recommend for people to try. It's a long name, but Akkermansia muciniphila. That's one of the ones that I really suggest for people to think about. Is it in your gut? Do you want to add it to your regimen?
You know, I see a lot of probiotics out there on the market, and there are some that need to be refrigerated. My thought process was if it needs to be refrigerated, it's a good thing because otherwise that bacteria dies, or the good bacteria you want in your gut. Is that right?
Okay, so this can be kind of confusing, and basically you and I, like, think about your thermostat. You have a preferred temperature. It might be different than my preferred temperature, right? So same with these bugs in our gut. Some of them actually do need to be refrigerated because that will help them live longer. And some are actually more stable at room temperature, just depending on how they're manufactured. So my best suggestion is find a company you can trust, and then ask your dietitian, ask your pharmacist, say, do you think this is an appropriate probiotic for me? Do we need to refrigerate this one or not? And of course, if you have a dietitian at your fingertips, we're always happy to be the expert there as well.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about probiotic foods out there, because some people are just like, you know, maybe I should just start eating some foods that have those probiotics, because sometimes you see that on the label.
Right. So probiotic foods, probably the most popular that you probably have in your fridge right now. Yogurt is a very common probiotic food. So there's actually like trillions of different bacterial strains, but that one in yogurt is lactobacillus. So that could be a great way to increase your probiotics through foods. Anything fermented. So I have green olives in my fridge. I love to cook with things that are pickled. Even some cheeses have probiotics in them. So I love to encourage everybody for your gut health, include those probiotic foods. It can be a great thing to increase that diversity in your gut.
Right, sauerkraut, kombucha, of course I hear all those things for probiotics, that sort of thing. All right, so let's say someone is there and they say, all right, I'm approving it today. I'm going to get the probiotics. I'm going to change how much I eat, what I eat. How long does it take to really improve your gut if you make these changes?
So everybody's different and that's not a fun answer, but it depends on where you're starting out, right? If you're at the state of just, dysbiosis, like your gut is really not in a healthy place, it might take a little bit longer. I suggest for most people, at least 3 months. You really want to get those good probiotics in there and then continue to nurture them. That's just kind of a general amount of time, about 3 months. You might start to see some results. Some people are, of course, sooner, and then some people a little longer, but 3 months on average.
Tara, is there anything else? You've been so informative. We really appreciate this interview. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Of course. So again, just to recap everything we talked about, if you have a funny feeling that something's off, could be your gut. So ways to kind of improve that, it's either going to be through foods or, of course, through supplementing with probiotics. Pendulum Life is a really wonderful company backed by science. We've got some great probiotics there. So definitely go to pendulumlife.com if you're interested in a really great probiotic. And happy New Year. Don't forget about your goals. As you mentioned earlier, it's not too late to get back to that healthy eating to improve your health.
So true, Tara. Tara Carr, registered dietitian, gut health expert. We appreciate the knowledge. Thanks so very much.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful day.
Home sellers nationwide are coming off a record-breaking run that led to some of the lowest mortgage rates of all time, combined with some of the highest home prices they've ever seen. But 2023, a much different story. The U.S. housing market has been on a steady 12-month decline, resulting in some dropping home values, dramatically rising interest rates. What is the current state of real estate right now? Let's bring in Ryan Rogers. He's a real estate specialist out of Austin, Texas. He joins us on the digital desk. Ryan, give us the current state of real estate with regards to buyers and sellers. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me. So what I would tell them for buyers specifically is, even though rates still may be up a little bit, prices still have come down or starting to flatten. So a year ago, if you were having to overpay, especially in our market, let's say $150,000 on a specific piece of property, and even though the rate was maybe 3.5%, you're maybe paying $150,000 less for that property today, but the rate is of course higher. So it all balances out in many situations. But all across the nation, we're still seeing, decreased buyer activity, and in many markets also increased seller activity. So it's different from market to market for sure.
So I'm still trying to understand exactly what, as a buyer and a seller, what you should do first and foremost if you're in the market right now.
So if you're in the market right now as a buyer, I would focus on a couple of things. Is you want to get pre-approved and understand what you're going to be, what your payment is going to be. Do that first. That's number one. To have your ducks in a row, have your financing in order, and be ready to pull the trigger if you do have one. If you do see something that you like. I always recommend a buyer maybe go and look for a house that's been on the market for a while, maybe 30 days or 60 days, because in this market, no matter where you are, properties that have been on the market 30, 60, 90 days, you have a much better opportunity to get a better price because they've already been able to expose themselves to the marketplace and find out, are they overpriced? And so for the buyer, they can be they can be at a more advantage. It's been on the market 30, 60, 90 days. And go maybe look at those first instead of ones that have been on the market just a year or two, because it will be a more competitive situation. For sellers, my number one advice for sellers is don't price the house too high coming out of the gate. You want to price it very aggressively so that you get as many people through the property as quickly as possible. So be realistic when you set that value in today's market. Another thing that a seller needs to be aware of or ready for is if you have a good buyer with a reasonable offer, and they tend to hesitate a little bit, one thing that you can do is offer a rate buy down. So offering some cost assistance to maybe help them, instead of a 6.5% interest rate, maybe they can buy that rate down to maybe about 6%, let's say. And then the last thing for sellers is don't test the market by starting high and then continuing to decrease the price, because it'll get stale and it's not a good strategy.
Ryan Rogers, real estate specialist out of Austin, Texas. We appreciate the points, the finer points here, and some tips out there for buyers and sellers. Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Too many times we forget the impact of just a small, simple gesture and what it can make. And this is exactly why National Random Acts of Kindness Day is being celebrated and encouraged for everyone to spread kindness. We have Megan Murphy now joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about this specific day. She is a Nextdoor ambassador, a lifestyle expert. And Megan, for anyone that doesn't know, what is Random Acts of Kindness Day and how did it get started? Good morning.
Yay. Well, thank you so much for having me. I love to sprinkle kindness like confetti, and Random Acts of Kindness Day is just an excuse to do more of that. There is a Random Acts of Kindness Foundation that was founded in 1995, but Random Acts of Kindness Day was founded in 2004 in New Zealand. A man was witnessing some road rage and thought to himself, what if there was just a day dedicated to kindness? Random Acts of Kindness Day was born, and it traveled to the States, and we celebrate every year on February 17th.
February 17th. Okay, so we can mark it down as this Friday. And so how should we?
It's also, but this entire week is Random Acts of Kindness Week.
Okay.
We happen to be on the eve of Random Acts of Kindness Day, but really there's no limit on kindness, right? Spread it all.
Of course. Of course, of course. I totally agree with you. It's something that we should be doing each and every day. So let's talk for some of our viewers out there, because we're speaking to thousands of people right now. How do we practice Random Acts of Kindness Day? What are some of the, I guess, guidelines?
So I like to think about neighbor care. We always talk about self-care and taking care of ourselves, but what about practicing neighbor care for National Random Acts of Kindness Day? You know, there was Nextdoor did this survey and they found that connecting with as few as 6 neighbors in your community can help with loneliness and anxiety, social anxiety and depression. So we need to connect. And how do we do that? We connect through kindness. It can be really, really simple. Bringing in someone's recycling, taking out someone's garbage, noticing, you know, an Amazon package is sitting in the rain and tucking it under the awning. These small little gestures, putting your phone away when you're walking your dog, looking up and smiling and engaging with your neighbors, letting them feel seen and recognized, giving someone a small compliment. And on Nextdoor, we like to use the hashtag kind neighbor to share some of those gestures, because here's the thing about kindness. It's contagious. So if you hear me doing something good or see me doing something good, you're more likely to do it as well.
It is such an infectious thing. I love doing it myself, and it's happened to me. You know, I'll have someone. I love, you know, making eye contact with someone, a stranger on the sidewalk or whatever, and just smiling. Something as simple as that can change an attitude of somebody. Someone came up to me and said, "Hey, I love your watch," and I was like in a great mood for hours after that. That's all it was. I mean, it's amazing how some simple, small acts can go such a long way.
It's just those points of connection, because we want to realize that we're a part of something bigger than ourselves. And when we step out of ourselves and connect with our community, connect with our neighbors, we feel better and they feel better as well. It has this feel-good ripple effect. And again, it doesn't have to be huge. It doesn't have to be this big sweeping gesture. You could make blueberry muffins for breakfast and just simply walk one across the street to your neighbor, or notice that your neighbor's sidewalk isn't shoveled and shovel it for her, right? Very simple things, but extending outside of yourself and making people feel hugged and seen and accounted for.
I like some of your acts of kindness, Megan. Can we talk about some other ideas for some people out there? What else could we do?
Sure. So, I mean, hashtag kind neighbor through Nextdoor is a great way to get inspiration. I also think just looking Nextdoor app and seeing, okay, so-and-so is looking for a lost cat. How can I help? Can I look in the park? Can I create flyers? So-and-so needs their sidewalk. They're looking for someone to shovel their sidewalk. Can I volunteer to be that person? Really seeing a need and wondering how you could fill that void. Another thing that my kids and I do is we paint kindness rocks. We'll write positive message on rocks and we'll tuck them on the park bench or put someone by someone's mailbox, just for that little, you know, hit of yay or joy in an unexpected way on an unexpected day.
You know, there's so much negativity when it comes to social media. You see a lot of it. You see a lot on some of the headlines. So an opportunity of something just so small that's positive, that's uplifting, happy in nature, can go such a long way for so many people. Where can some of our viewers get some more information about National Acts of Kindness Day?
So you can download the Nextdoor app. Just look for the little green N in the App Store. And when you get onto the feed, look for the hashtag kind neighbor, because that's where we're going to be sharing all of these really wonderful random acts of kindness. And they're not that random, right? Like, make a pointed effort to practice kindness.
Absolutely. Megan Murphy, really appreciate you joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thanks very much. I love your shot right there. It's positive, it's uplifting. I just did a random act of kindness. Very easy to do, right?
Yay, thank you.
All right, have a good one, okay?
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A spring preview on the way across the Mid-South as we get into the middle 60s as we roll through this Tuesday. Rondo, as well as Memphis, Byhalia, Senatobia, and Brighton, all at 65 today. That is more akin to what we would normally see as we get into the first couple of days of spring. So if you're a spring fan, I think you can get behind this. And guess what? It gets even warmer as we head through tomorrow. But there will be some changes on the way over the course of the next few days. There will be some rain chances. Not today, not tomorrow, but opportunities rolling in here on your Thursday as a storm system rolls southward across the area, bringing us a chance for scattered showers and some rumbles of thunder expected during that time frame. In the meantime, the weather pretty quiet here today. Lots of sunshine. Again, temperatures lower to middle 60s, upper 60s down to the south and west of us as you head closer to Little Rock and Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Guess what? The milder temperatures continue rolling into your Wednesday with a couple of clouds early on. We'll see more clouds building in gradually through the course of your Wednesday with highs in the upper 60s and lower 70s. That is more akin to what we would normally see in the early portions of April. Yes, so if you're a fan of warmer temperatures, you're going to love where we are going as we head towards the next few days. Now, add in the fact, okay, while it will be warm, it'll be very balmy breezes. There will be very balmy breezes blowing in across the area. Some gusts around 25 to 35 miles per hour expected, especially for the Delta locations. So eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, these areas likely to see some of those gusts around 30 to 35. The farther east that you go, getting into some of the hillier terrain, heading out through eastern portions of West Tennessee and northeast Mississippi, winds between 20 and 30 miles per hour. Clouds will increase. Here come the rain opportunities. Some scattered showers, some rumbles of thunder pushing across the area. Not looking like a severe weather scenario playing out for us here locally, but we will have to tangle with some off and on rain and some rumbles of thunder moving through the area with temperatures topping out in the middle to upper 60s for your Thursday. Still pretty breezy throughout the course of your Thursday, and then the cooler air will begin to sink in the wake of the front. The front works its way southward through Friday morning and should be out of here with sunshine returning pretty quickly. Now we'll turn cooler for highs on your Friday, but we'll quickly rebound the numbers very quickly back through the 70s heading into the early portions of next week. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. Look at Jackson, Mississippi, mid 70s by Sunday, upper 70s by Monday, closing in on the low 80s in Dallas and Fort Worth, even Kansas City, Missouri in the middle 70s, 60 Chicago, near 70 in Louisville, Kentucky. So you get the idea. There's a lot of warmer air that's going to be building in here, not just locally, but regionally and nationally as we head through the next couple of days after our first bout of warm weather. That's what we're continuing with right now. Again, a little backpedal, and then we get going again next week. Now, I will tell you and re-emphasize this to you again. It's really hard for us to get through a long stretch of warm weather without something to break it up. And eventually there will be a breakup period. The question mark is when exactly and how will it play out? We do have opportunities for rain and storms in the extended 10-day forecast. Again, we've got one opportunity coming in the next 7 days, really. The next opportunity after that will come in mid next week. That one would be the one that we'd have to watch for the potential for a couple of gustier storms, stronger storms moving into the area. We'll watch it closely. You can also track that using the First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Of course, we'll be the first alert to any changes. But as a general rule, it's just really hard for you and really the atmosphere to stay in an extended period of above average temperatures without a little bit of give to go along with it. So 65 the high today, mostly sunny. We'll go partly sunny for your Wednesday. Winds picking up. Again, gusts anywhere from 25 to 35 miles per hour. Gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour possible on Thursday with off and on showers and storms. We'll work our way to the 50s, close to 60 for your Friday, and gradually working our way up through the low 70s for Sunday and Monday. Again, the front side of that system is going to start to head in our direction by the time we head towards the latter half of Monday. I still think that we're generally dry that day, but we get towards Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week, still plenty warm, still plenty muggy, and setting the stage for a larger storm system to come down the pipeline that could have some impacts in our region to round out the month of February, heading into the beginning portions of March. Of course, we'll be the first to alert you to any of those changes, and another way to stay weather aware on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, a free download in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
All right, so Hugh Jackman, Kourtney Kardashian, Jennifer Aniston, J-Lo, Elon Musk, just a few of the people that swear by intermittent fasting. Is it really safe? How do you actually know you're doing intermittent fasting? What will it do for you? Would it help you reach your health goals in 2023? Let's bring in Dr. Amy Duffy here. She is the international best-selling author of Normal Doesn't Have Side Effects, and she has been a part of the Action News 5 digital desk in the past. We appreciate you coming on once again, Amy. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. I'm so excited to be here and share this information. It's super fun.
Yeah, I am a person that loves to intermittent fast myself. I do it at work, and I have kind of like a, 10 to 12 hour window. First, explain what it is for our audience out there and some of the different ways, because there's all kinds of different ways, I guess, to define intermittent fasting, right?
Absolutely. There's a lot of ways. I kind of narrow it down to two different ways when I'm talking to my patients. I have the calendar way and I have the clock way. So the calendar way, this makes it a little bit more easy to process. Pick 2 days of the week, make sure they're not 2 days in a row. And on the 2 days that you X out here, you're going to fast those 2 days. On the other days, you can eat like normal. You can also adjust this different weeks throughout the month. So let's say you got a hot date one night, you want to adjust your time or something going on at work. So this way, it's super easy. A little bit more difficult to fast for a whole day. A lot of people start with something more like the clock way. So you're going to pick a time frame, a window, just like you described, where you're eating, and then a window where you're fasting or not eating. So let's imagine that you're going to start eating at noon and you're going to stop eating at 6 p.m. and then you don't resume eating until noon the next day. This makes it super easy because you're focused more on when you're eating and not just what you're eating. So you don't have to count carbs. You don't have to count calories. You want to have a glass of wine? Let's have a glass of wine. How about a beer? Sure, have a beer. Or you can even eat your favorite chocolate. Now, you're going to get better results for weight loss and overall health, cardiovascular, reducing the risk of diabetes, etc. if you're going to choose healthier foods, right? So eat your apple, have a salad for that meal. But it really is super simple and easy to follow. I get a lot of questions, Dr. Duffy, is this safe for us to do? And intermittent fasting can be really safe. In fact, we're seeing a lot of data. That's why doctors are loving it, that it really works, not just for weight loss, for actually reducing our risk of disease. So it's very safe, and we're really recommending it to a lot of people. The few people who need to pay attention, if you're diabetic and you're monitoring your blood sugar with either a blood sugar monitor, like when you're checking your blood on your finger, or you have one of those continuous glucose monitors, you want to make sure you talk to your doctor about that. This may be something you need to adjust. Or perhaps you're on medication and that medication needs to be taken with food, then you need to pay attention to the timing there or chat with your doctor about that. Outside of that, intermittent fasting, super safe, really easy to follow, and it works. That's why it's the #1 fad diet in America.
Is it really #1? Wow. Okay. I didn't know that. #1 fad diet in America. Gotcha. Let's get into specifics about the best candidates for intermittent fasting. Is there a certain body type? What about age groups?
Kids are growing, so we certainly don't want to restrict them. Usually kids are eating more for natural hunger, as opposed to sometimes we just want to eat because we're feeling munchy or something like that. So probably you want to wait until they're older teenagers or adults before they start fasting. But kids will actually naturally fast. They just don't eat when they're not hungry, right? So that's okay, age-wise. As we get older, really, there's no age limit where you would not want to intermittent fast. So that's pretty easy to do. Really, every body type is great. And one of the best things about intermittent fasting, it's not like the keto diet. Keto is okay, and you're going to get results from that, but it's really short-lived. It's hard to live in the keto world for a really long time. But once you start to get used to intermittent fasting, this can be something that you can do for life. So it's really a great thing for anybody who's trying to either maintain their weight or really try to lose weight. If you're going to lose weight, you may want to avoid some of those fun foods that we were talking about, at least in the beginning, until you get to your maintenance weight. But really, that's what's so great about intermittent fasting, is it really can be for anyone.
Yeah, it is. And it's something that I've enjoyed. I do it usually at work, and I don't generally do it on the weekends. But questions around intermittent fasting, because then some people ask, well, what about someone who doesn't eat all day or goes several days and all they have is water or coffee or something like that? Is that safe? I always hear that when you do intermittent fasting, or when you fast for, let's say, a day or so, it really helps your cells. Is that accurate?
Yeah, there's actually studies that show really the magic happens when you're looking at reducing inflammation or regeneration of damaged cells, happens when you get into the 18 to 21 hour fast window and beyond that. So, for weight loss purposes, it's really great to start and simple to start with something like an 8-16 or a 16-8 fast. But when you're really trying to correct some dysfunction there or reduce inflammation, you want to get into those longer fasts. And there are some studies where doing a longer, 24-hour, 36-hour fast can really be beneficial, especially like for cancer. We're kind of starving the cancer, if you want to think about it that way. So there's some studies that really look around that. Of course, you want to make sure that you're hydrated. And again, if you're struggling with low blood sugar, things like that, then you just want to pay attention to that. Sometimes there are some foods that are allowed in the fasting. So some of those fasting days, there's some articles that talk about you can eat up to 500 calories and that still would be considered a fast. There are other people who do what they call one meal a day. And basically they're fasting throughout the day and they just have one meal. So it's not even a window of, time 6 hours. It's just one meal a day. Again, the term intermittent fasting is important. So if you go to one meal a day, that's okay, but you may want to adjust that throughout your week in terms of what time that meal is, because if you do that every day for the rest of your life, your body's going to adapt to that. And then it's not really intermittent anymore. So, once you get into it, you may want to start adjusting that time frame a little bit.
What does it do for your metabolism? Does it speed it up? Does it slow it down? Do we know? There's kind of this idea that people who are gaining weight or can't lose weight have a slow metabolism. And then people who can, it seems like they just have an unlimited amount of food that they can eat, but they're still skinny, have a fast metabolism. I don't know that that's really real. I mean, there's so many different variables that go into that. So intermittent fasting, I would say probably, whether you want to call it metabolism, but when you're fasting, it actually speeds up your body's ability to get stored fat. So you're not starving yourself. If you go into starvation mode over a long period of time, your body starts looking for energy in the form of your muscle. So it's going to use up muscle, where the ability with intermittent fasting is actually gathering your fat cells. So your metabolism improves in the fact that it's helping you to burn fat instead of burn calories from muscle or your food, basically. So it's really going to help you lose more fat. All right, so if our viewers are interested, we've been talking about this for a few minutes. They're interested. They're like, okay, let me try this out. What would be your recommendation if someone wanted to try out intermittent fasting, Amy?
Yeah, that clock way is the easiest way, is just pick a window, between 6 and 8 hours that you're going to eat, and then the window between 16 to 18 hours that you're fasting. The easiest way, just like I described, is to start at noon, end at 6 or 7 p.m. That way you're sleeping through a good, if we're getting the 8 hours of sleep we're supposed to, you're sleeping during most of your fasting. A lot of people aren't starving first thing in the morning. You can have tea, you can have black coffee. You just don't want to consume a lot of calories. Make sure, you're still well hydrated. And then you just start eating again at lunchtime the next day. That is the easiest way to get started.
Awesome. Amy Duffy, we really appreciate your analysis, your insight on this. And thanks so very much. Happy New Year to you. Okay, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Would it surprise you that only 1/3 of teens say their family regularly talks about investing? It doesn't surprise me. I'm a father of 2 teenagers, and I'm always wondering why the school system does not talk about investing more often. In fact, my son, who's going into his senior year, told me specifically, Dad, I need to learn more about this stuff. So let's talk about teens and investing right now. It's a very important issue. I'm joined now by John Boroff. He's the VP of Youth Investing with Fidelity Investments. Good morning, John. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure this out. Why do we not talk about investing with our teenagers, not only in the classroom, but outside of the classroom as well? It just seems like something we don't talk about. There's so many other things that we talk about other than investing, which is so important and certainly a life skill.
Yeah, money conversations can be difficult for a lot of different reasons. But when it comes to parents talking to their teens, it can be things like, parents don't want to burden their teens with too much information, especially if they've had any sort of financial difficulty. Or it could be that parents aren't fully confident in their own skill set and their ability to pass on good money habits. It's one of the reasons that at Fidelity Investments, we've focused so much attention on creating educational materials that are specifically designed for teens and their parents. And it's also why last year when we launched the Fidelity Youth Account, which is a saving, spending, and investing account for teens, we made sure that parents had the ability to monitor activity in the account. And what that does is that anytime something happens in the account, it's another opportunity for a family conversation around money. And we've seen again and again that when families are talking about money, they have better outcomes and more confidence.
Where do you begin? So let's say our viewers are watching right now and they're like, hey, you know what? I want to get things going with my teen or my preteen, what have you. What would you recommend in terms of beginning that conversation and actually beginning investing?
Yeah, it's really important to start that conversation, and it can be hard. But something to remember is that it's not important that you know everything. It can be a really interesting exercise to go through with your teen and learn together. A great place to start is by talking about their goals. So, whether it's a short-term goal like saving for a pair of shoes or something a little further out like saving for a first vehicle, figure out what the goals are, come up with a plan to achieve them, and then monitor your progress against that plan. And that's where something like the Fidelity Youth Account can come into play as well. It's a great place to access educational materials, talk about what you've learned and how you're going to put it to use, whether that be researching investment options, or just looking at debit card transactions and coming up with a smart spending plan, or actually taking the step and going ahead and starting to purchase securities. For a limited time, if you find that something like the Fidelity Youth Account is right for you, your team might be eligible for a $50 deposit from Fidelity Investments to get started. And there are some conditions that apply, but there are no fees or costs associated with the account for you or your team.
That sounds fantastic. Let's talk a little bit about the gender gap here, because we've talked about it here on the digital desk that sometimes boys are more apt to be investing a little bit earlier than girls. Where do you stand on this, and how do we fix it?
Yeah, unfortunately, the study did show that teen girls reported having fewer family conversations around money and investing specifically, and consequently, they had lower levels of confidence, and they were more likely to feel that investing was out of reach for them. Where teen girls were strong was on saving and spending, and surprisingly, they were actually more aware than boys that teens are able to trade stocks. But really, the big takeaway from the gender part of our study is that it's really important to have financial conversations with the teen girls that are in your life, because those conversations are going to be the things that start to close that confidence gap and make sure it doesn't extend to the next generation.
They'll come home and say, Dad, what's a Roth, or what's an IRA? I mean, are there certain funds that we should begin with our teens in terms of investing? I mean, my wife and I, of course, we had the 529s, and we have our own 401ks with our respective companies. Where do we begin with teens when let's talk specifics?
Yeah, again, that's going to be really unique to the individual circumstances. So the key is to get educated. So when you're talking about a Roth IRA, it's primarily a retirement vehicle. Understanding that what that is and what the investment philosophy within it would be, if that's what your goal is, or a brokerage account, an investing account. It's really going to depend on the individual circumstances. But the key to all of it is getting educated and having access to a trusted advisor, whether that's a Fidelity or a parent or someone else in your life, to be able to help educate you on what the different vehicles are and what the different investment options within those are. But it's really unique to individual goals and circumstances.
So a lot of people want to know more about investing, John, and where can they go to get some more investing information just to get started and realize that, okay, they got teens at home. I want to get them involved. I want to educate them on investing. Where can they go?
Yeah, the best place to get started is fidelity.com/youth.
Okay, and what's there exactly?
You'll find out more information about the Fidelity Youth account. You'll be able to access some of the educational materials, and you'll have links to a lot of the questions about the specific investment options that you were mentioning earlier.
Okay, John Boroff, VP Youth Investing, Fidelity Investments. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and have a great weekend.
You too. Thanks.
Right now, I want to talk about some of the amazing things to look forward to in 2024, one of which is the Memphis Showboats. Remember last year, the season? It was a slow start, but man, was it a lot of fun. They went on a tear, beating, 4 or 5 games in a row. I remember taking my son there. My wife and I had a blast. It was so enjoyable. And guess what? The new season is right around the corner. Memphis Showboats are back in Memphis, and I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by the brand new head coach of your Memphis Showboats, John DeFilippo, joining us on the digital desk. John, how are you? Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you guys too. It's great to be here, and I'm thrilled to be in Memphis. And by the way, that winning streak started with my team last year, the New Orleans Breakers. We were 4-0, and they came in and beat us.
I remember that, John. So for people maybe who don't know a little bit about your background, you have extensive background, extensive coaching experience in the NFL, and as you just mentioned, the USFL. Can you talk a little bit about your background?
Yeah, absolutely. Been very fortunate in my coaching career. I've spent 15 years in the National Football League, mainly as a quarterback coach or offensive coordinator. And then I spent 7 years coaching Division I college football. Before that, been to the top of the mountain with the Philadelphia Eagles in 2017. Very fortunate to win a Super Bowl with a great group of players and coaches and a great organization. And obviously got my first chance to be a head coach last year with the New Orleans Breakers and try to make the most of that opportunity. And we'll do the same here in Memphis.
Fantastic. Really excited. Yes, I'm very familiar with that run in 2017 and the New Orleans Breakers. Very good team last year, too. What can we expect from the Showboats this year? Because, there was a lot of excitement throughout the year and throughout the season. We didn't make the playoffs, but, it would be great to build upon that and eventually get in those playoffs.
Absolutely. This is going to be an exciting new league, and it's going to be, a lot of the best players from both leagues playing against each other. So we're going to bring an exciting brand of football. I think if you watched our New Orleans teams last year, we love to throw the football, and we love hard play action pass with shots down the field. in a power run game. So that's what we're going to be on offense. On defense, that was one of the toughest defenses we went against last year, and that's why I kept Coach Carnell Lake as our defensive coordinator. And he'll do a great job again with this defense. And they did a great job of making us work, and teams throughout the league last year work and kept the ball in front of them. And we're very, very stout in the run game. So we're going to be we're going to stop the run first and then have explosive pass gains along with running the football.
Let me ask you this, because it became official just a few days ago that the XFL and the USFL merged. It's now the United Football League. Does that change anything for the fan, or does that change anything from you and how you're going to coach?
Yeah, I think it changes a lot. To me, the whole landscape of spring football now is for the better because, unfortunately, there's going to be young men that don't have a chance to play in this league and coaches that don't have a chance to coach in this league. But at the same time, you're getting the best players from both leagues. And, I know in 2 years with the USFL, they put over 100 players in the National Football League. I mean, the team that we got beat by last year in the playoffs, the Birmingham Stallions, put 16 players in the National Football League last year alone. So you're going to see not only that amount of numbers of guys signing with NFL teams, but now with the XFL players coming over and us merging together, the brand of football is going to be better. It's going to be more exciting for the fans. And I'll tell you what, Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium is going to be lit up next year.
I can't wait. I'm getting excited just hearing you talk, John, and looking forward to it. So we got the first game, I believe, at the end of March. Tell me about the fan experience. I know it was so fan-friendly last year. As I mentioned off the top, I was there with my son, with my wife. We enjoyed the experience a great deal. Are we going to be seeing more of that, or is it going to be a little bit different? Tell me.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know what the fan experience is going to be like, but I know I liked the fan experience last year when we visited Memphis. I know, and it was a great atmosphere, and there's no doubt it's going to be fan-friendly. That's going to be a major, major piece of this league for sure. But what we can control is putting the product on the field to make the experience fun, because it's always more fun when you leave the stadium after your team wins. So that's what we're going to do our best to do.
That sounds fantastic. Anything? I know training camp. We're still weeks away from all of that. But can you talk a little bit about this team and what to expect? Is it, I know you're offensive-minded. We had a great defense. You're more of an offensive guy. What can we expect from the team? And maybe, what kind of offense? Let's start there.
Yeah, sure. We're going to be mainly 3 wide receivers, okay, mainly. Offense, and our offense is very involved. We get our best playmakers to football as much as we can. We're very tight end friendly, and that's been proven throughout the course of my history with tight ends. I think you'll see our tight end room catch a lot of passes and do a great job. But like I said, we're going to be explosive. We're going to run to the football. We're not going to do everything right, but it's going to be fast, and it's going to be a lot of fun for our fans to watch.
That sounds fantastic, head coach John DeFilippo. Anything else you want to mention to the fans before we let you go? This is exciting. We can't wait.
Well, I'm just thrilled to be in a football crazed state like Tennessee and a football crazed town like Memphis. That's what gets me excited and should get our players excited as well. I mean, Memphis is an unbelievable town. It's a place I've spent some time in the past, and I'm just thrilled to be part of the community.
Absolutely. We're thrilled to have you, head coach John DeFilippo, new head coach of your Memphis Showboats. John, thanks so very much for joining us on the Digital Desk, and all the best in this upcoming season. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. On a beautiful Tuesday morning, you can take a look outside from our High 5 camera and see that it is gorgeous outside. It's a little chilly. It's 9:01. It's 47 degrees, but we are expecting an amazing day today. In fact, our day just got even more amazing when we join Talisa Franklin here. She's coming on the digital desk talking about all the positivity that she has for everybody across Memphis and the Mid-South. Talisa, how are you?
I am wonderful. I am feeling fantastic on today. I'm just grateful to be here with you. As always, baby, I get excited to be here with you.
Absolutely. You got the Grizzlies shirt on. I love that. And we got some young guns out there giving it their all.
Absolutely. You know, today I said all day, I'm going to rep the best things of Memphis. Listen, we got the Memphis Grizzlies. Now we got the Showboats. So I'm going to give me a Showboats shirt too. So I was listening to Coach. I was like, I get my Showboats shirt, right? So I got to start repping that because it's kicking off in March. Listen, there's so many great things that's happening right here in our city. And I'm just convinced that I'm going to be a champion to showcase it, to spotlight those great things that's happening right here in our Bluff City, because we got some good things happening. And one of the great things we have, I always say, is the Memphis Grizzlies. I love the Grizzlies. Absolutely.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely. So, so let's talk about you being the champion of some great things. What's going on?
Listen, this week is no different, y'all. We always bringing you what's really trending in our community. And this week we have so many people that's in our city that is facing issues where they can't get the best career they want. They can't get the best assignment that they want. And so I'm excited to announce on February the 20th, it is an expungement clinic and job fair. And what I love about this event, it's unique, right? It's in the afternoon. So if you are working a job in the day and you want to get some things expunged off your record so you can do better for your family, listen, this is the place to be. February the 20th at 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock. It's an afternoon expungement clinic and job fair. It's happening at my good friend, Pastor Corey Jackson Senior's Church at New Covenant Seventh-day Adventist Church at 4335 New Horn Lake Road, right in 38109. Listen, if you know of someone, so you say, Talisa, I don't need another job, or I don't have anything on my record, but you know somebody that does, right? So you make sure you share this great information with them, because shout out to our DA will be there. So many leaders will be there to make sure we give the support and the aid that our community needs. So somebody just need their record expunged because they're a new creature, right? And so get out there on February the 20th, which is this afternoon, y'all, from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock, and get the information in which you need to get that expungement and see those job fair opportunities that await you. And then I'm calling all the ladies on this weekend is the epitome of a woman showcase. It's happening at the Renaissance Convention Center. Listen, I'm telling you, I've looked at their schedule. It's going to be a day of fun, activities, fellowship, food, empowerment. All of those great things will happen at this showcase. And so listen, let's support Memphis' own Tawana that is doing an amazing job and bringing powerful things to our community. And so I love the slogan. So let's build together. Yes, let's build together. And so I am inviting you on behalf of her to her at the Renaissance Convention Center this February the 24th and the 25th. At the Renaissance Convention Center is the epitome of a woman showcase. And so listen, you can still register online, and it's epitomeofawomanshowcase.com. Let's support all things Memphis events. And then y'all, we got something for the kiddos. Listen, there is a classic Kids and Friends Entrepreneur Business Fair. You all know I'm a mom of a child entrepreneur, which now is getting 17, right? So I can't really say that in the next year or so. But I love to see young people honing in on their entrepreneurial skills. And so this event is happening on March the 3rd, the Classic Kids and Friends Entrepreneur Business Fair. For more information, you see the scans code, just scan it, and they'll be more than happy to get you some great information. And let me tell you, this is what we're doing in Memphis. This is what we do in Bluff City. We have positive things that we can relate out on and making sure we're filling our calendar with all the great things that's happening right now in our city. Yes, Andrew, it's a great day to be in Memphis, Tennessee.
It certainly is, Talisa, and you just made it brighter for so many different people across Memphis and the Mid-South. Thank you for bringing that positivity each and every day, and I'm so thankful that we get to talk every week about all those positive things that are happening in Memphis and the Mid-South that you are a part of. So God bless you, Talisa. Take care of yourself.
All right, bless you, brother. Bye.
Take care. All right, we'll see you later. There's another live look from our High Five camera. 51 degrees at 9:07. We're talking about your forecast in 60 seconds.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A spring preview on the way across the Mid-South as we get into the middle 60s as we roll through this Tuesday. Rondo, as well as Memphis, Byhalia, Senatobia, and Brighton, all at 65 today. That is more akin to what we would normally see as we get into the first couple of days of spring. So if you're a spring fan, I think you can get behind this. And guess what? It gets even warmer as we head through tomorrow. But there will be some changes on the way over the course of the next few days. There will be some rain chances. Not today, not tomorrow, but opportunities rolling in here on your Thursday as a storm system rolls southward across the area, bringing us a chance for scattered showers and some rumbles of thunder expected during that time frame. In the meantime, the weather pretty quiet here today. Lots of sunshine. Again, temperatures lower to middle 60s, upper 60s down to the south and west of us as you head closer to Little Rock and Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Guess what? The milder temperatures continue rolling into your Wednesday with a couple of clouds early on. We'll see more clouds building in gradually through the course of your Wednesday with highs in the upper 60s and lower 70s. That is more akin to what we would normally see in the early portions of April. Yes, so if you're a fan of warmer temperatures, you're going to love where we are going as we head towards the next few days. Now, add in the fact, okay, while it will be warm, it'll be very balmy breezes. There will be very balmy breezes blowing in across the area. Some gusts around 25 to 35 miles per hour expected, especially for the Delta location. So eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, these areas likely to see some of those gusts around 30 to 35. The farther east that you go, getting into some of the hillier terrain, heading out through eastern portions of West Tennessee and northeast Mississippi. Winds between 20 and 30 miles per hour. Clouds will increase. Here come the rain opportunities. Some scattered showers, some rumbles of thunder pushing across the area. Not looking like a severe weather scenario playing out for us here locally, but we will have to tangle with some off and on rain and some rumbles of thunder moving through the area with temperatures topping out in the middle to upper 60s for your Thursday. Still pretty breezy throughout the course of your Thursday, and then the cooler air will begin to sink in the wake of the front. The front works its way southward through Friday morning and should be out of here with sunshine returning pretty quickly. Now we'll turn cooler for highs on your Friday, but we'll quickly rebound the numbers very quickly back through the 70s heading into the early portions of next week. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. Look at Jackson, Mississippi, mid 70s by Sunday, upper 70s by Monday, closing in on the low 80s in Dallas and Fort Worth, even Kansas City, Missouri in the middle 70s, 60 Chicago, near 70 in Louisville, Kentucky. So you get the idea. There's a lot of warmer air that's going to be building in here, not just locally, but regionally and nationally as we head through the next couple of days after our first bout of warm weather. That's what we're continuing with right now. Again, a little backpedal, and then we get going again next week. Now, I will tell you and re-emphasize this to you again. It's really hard for us to get through a long stretch of warm weather without something to break it up. And eventually there will be a breakup period. The question mark is when exactly and how will it play out? We do have opportunities for rain and storms in the extended 10-day forecast. Again, we've got one opportunity coming in the next 7 days, really. The next opportunity after that will come in mid next week. That one would be the one that we'd have to watch for the potential for a couple of gustier storms, stronger storms moving into the area. We'll watch it closely. You can also track that using the First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Of course, we'll be the first alert to any changes. But as a general rule, it's just really hard for you and really the atmosphere to stay in an extended period of above average temperatures without a little bit of give to go along with it. So 65 the high today, mostly sunny. We'll go partly sunny for your Wednesday. Winds picking up. Again, gusts anywhere from 25 to 35 miles per hour. Gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour possible on Thursday with off and on showers and storms. We'll work our way to the 50s, close to 60 for your Friday, and gradually working our way up through the low 70s for Sunday and Monday. Again, the front side of that system is going to start to head in our direction by the time we head towards the latter half of Monday. I still think that we're generally dry that day, but we get towards Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week, still plenty warm, still plenty muggy, and setting the stage for a larger storm system to come down the pipeline that could have some impacts in our region to round out the month of February, heading into the beginning portions of March. Of course, we'll be the first to alert you to any of those changes, and another way to stay weather aware on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, a free download in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a digital event that is promising to inspire and challenge people all over the world. It's considered unprecedented. I want to bring in someone to talk more about this event. I'm joined here on the Action News 5 digital desk by Anita Stubenrock. She is joining us here to talk about this digital event. Good morning, Anita. Tell me about it.
Good morning. Yeah, the Authentic Rebels Speaker Series. It's a 2-day digital event featuring true stories of transformative experiences. And we've gathered speakers from all walks of life to share their struggles, their triumphs, and lessons learned along the way. And it's put on by the Authentic Rebel brand. It's a story-driven community platform where members can connect, express themselves, and learn. And this is the way that founders Jen Engevic and Heidi Miller are launching that platform to the world.
Okay, so what kind of topics are we talking about? I mean, is this run the gamut of everything? Is it specifically focused on one or another? What?
Yeah, no, our topics and themes are pretty universal: overcoming obstacles, blazing new trails, facing our darkest moments, and rising against all odds. Each of our 18 speakers have had kind of their own personal make or break moment where they had to choose to be authentically themselves. And by doing that, it gives us permission to be authentically ourselves and not to be dramatic, but that can literally save lives. One of our speakers, Ann Moss Rogers, suffered a devastating loss when her teenage son committed suicide. But by processing and sharing her experience publicly, by being emotionally naked, as she puts it, she's created a movement to prevent suicide and prevent suicide from devastating others.
I love that context. Is this for someone who might not know this kind of event? Would you describe it as like a bunch of TED Talks? I mean, how would you describe it?
That probably might be the most familiar format. The talks are about 15 minutes each. And it is a mix. It runs the gamut, all kinds of different speakers, all kinds of different topics, a wide range of ages, like roles, jobs that people have had professionally. I think TED is probably a good format to compare it to.
Excellent. So how can we get involved? Is there a cost? How does it work?
It's a sliding scale from $0 to $35, and it's a good fit really for anyone who wants hope instead of despair, direction instead of distraction, unity instead of division, or anyone who has a story inside them that the world needs to hear.
Is this the first time you've done this event? Tell me a little bit about your background, Anita, and how this event came to be.
Yeah, I am delighted to be the host and MC of this event. It's the first one. My background, I had a storied creative career at Apple for 13 years. I designed presentations that went in front of Steve Jobs. I wrote speeches for executives. I authored Apple's Credo. But really, it's what I'm doing now that ties so beautifully with the Authentic Rebel brand and the speaker series. I'm building an event and retreat space for audacious ideas and their people called the Land of Make and Believe. And I fund that development through the work of my creative agency, Cause Effect Creative. And I help people and brands rally hearts and minds around what fuels their soul.
Wow, okay. All right. So this is scheduled for February 23rd and 24th. And tell me how people can get access to it. Where's it going to be streamed? That sort of thing.
Yeah, to learn more and register, you can go to authenticrebel.co, like co/speaker series.
Anything else that you want to mention, Anita? I mean, we have thousands of people that watch us here in the Memphis area. Is there anything else you want to mention about this?
Yeah, one of our speakers, Ann Moss Rogers, suffered a devastating loss when her teenage son committed suicide. But by processing and sharing her experience publicly, by being emotionally naked, as she puts it, she started a movement to prevent suicide and prevent suicide from devastating others. And that's just one story of 18. And it's a profound impact that an individual choice that a person can make about being authentically, rebelliously themselves to fight against conformity, that it can really, truly change the world.
Anita Stubenrock, we appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Good luck with this event, the Authentic Rebel Speaker Series, and congratulations on getting this all together. And I can't wait to hear how it turns out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We all know that age is just a number, right? But for millions of older Americans, particularly those in their 50s, 60s, and 70s, if you are looking for a job, the landscape is very difficult and very challenging. Not only are some of those candidates looking for a job, but they face age bias and discrimination. Older workers, of course, bring all kinds of expertise, maturity, perspective, yet they are often overlooked. Let's talk about this issue with Carly Rozowski. She is with AARP, joining us on the Digital Desk this morning. Carly, how bad is it for some of those older Americans in their 50s, 60s, and 70s if they need a job? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, many older workers 50 plus do feel that age discrimination can hurt their chances of getting a new job or advancing in their career. New AARP research shows that 64% of workers 50 and older feel and believe they've been discriminated against based on age in the workplace today.
You know, I hate to hear that because more and more people are living longer. They're living better lives, longer and healthier quality of life lives as well. You know, 50 now versus 50, 30, 40 years ago is a far different age bracket and how people are moving around and getting along and the kind of lifestyle they have. Do you have tips for maybe some of those job seekers of older Americans to kind of age-proof their resume?
Sure. We want older workers' resume to reflect the skills and experience they bring and not their age. So we recommend your resume is 2 pages or less. We make sure that the most relevant and recent experience is highlighted. And while you want to include your credentials, you don't have to include your graduation dates. Don't include your street address. And if you're hanging on to an old AOL or Hotmail email account, switch to a more modern service like Gmail. And one best practice that not only older job seekers, but job seekers of any age could benefit from is to bot-proof your resume. So organizations are using bots or these AI-powered tools to do an initial screening to eliminate candidates before they're even seen by an actual person. So in order to get past that initial screening, you want to use industry-specific terms or specific keywords from the job listings that you're interested in.
Do you have examples for us?
Well, terms like digital, terms like and skills, good communications. Digital native is actually a term we stay away from because older workers tend to not feel that they could apply for a job that describes someone that they're looking for as digital native. But digital skills or skills that they've acquired throughout their career, like good communication, leadership, mentoring, some of those soft skills that older workers tend to bring to the job force are ones that you want to highlight.
Has there been a shift, Carly? Maybe more companies wanting to hire older workers out there? Are there certain initiatives that employers are putting in place for that? Tell me more.
Yeah, so here at AARP, we have an initiative called our Employer Pledge Program that recognizes older experienced workers. And thousands of organizations have signed the pledge since it started in 2012, with almost 500 signing just last year alone. And given employers' need for talent, especially in this tight labor market, it does make good business sense to hire experienced workers. Research also shows that 77% of all workers value their older colleagues for the skills and experience that they're bringing to the job.
That's great news. Great news to hear about that. Can we talk about networking for a lot of those older Americans looking for a job?
Yes, networking is key to a job search. So in conversations with friends or family members, coworkers or former coworkers, make sure to let them know that you're looking for new job opportunities and get their advice or their suggestions. Also, if you're not on LinkedIn, now's a good time to join. You can stand out to employers by making sure you include a profile photo and filling out the skills section. LinkedIn members that have 5 skills listed are 27 times more likely to be discovered by recruiters. They also have groups you can join that provide both virtual and in-person networking opportunities.
Tell me what the landscape is like for older Americans. I mean, I know you just mentioned that companies are hiring older folks here and there. Is it good for them? Is it a good market for them? I know we mentioned off the top that there's some age bias and some age discrimination for some of them out there.
Yeah, it's a very strong labor market and unemployment is at historic lows. But we did ask people over 50 earlier this year if they were looking to make a shift in their job in 2024, and about 14% said yes. And making more money was the main reason, but also wanting to feel valued and looking for more flexible work arrangements. 86% of them did feel confident that they could make a change in 2024. So I believe it's still a positive environment out there for job seekers.
This has been a great conversation, Carly. I appreciate it. Tell us about some free resources that AARP has for older Americans that are looking for work, that are looking for a new job.
Throughout the month of February, AARP is doing free virtual workshops, and you can register today for a day and time that works best for your schedule at aarp.org/jobsnational.
Okay, Carly Rozowski with AARP, we really appreciate the conversation with you and the tips for all those people looking for a job, 50s and beyond. Thanks so very much.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A spring preview on the way across the Mid-South as we get into the middle 60s as we roll through this Tuesday. Rondo, as well as Memphis, Byhalia, Senatobia, and Brighton, all at 65 today. That is more akin to what we would normally see as we get into the first couple of days of spring. So if you are a spring fan, I think you can get behind this. And guess what? It gets even warmer as we head through tomorrow. But there will be some changes on the way over the course of the next few days. There will be some rain chances. Not today, not tomorrow, but opportunities rolling in here on your Thursday as a storm system rolls southward across the area, bringing us a chance for scattered showers and some rumbles of thunder expected during that time frame. In the meantime, the weather pretty quiet here today. Lots of sunshine. Again, temperatures lower to middle 60s, upper 60s down to the south and west of us as you head closer to Little Rock and Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Guess what? The milder temperatures continue rolling into your Wednesday with a couple of clouds early on. We'll see more clouds building in gradually through the course of your Wednesday with highs in the upper 60s and lower 70s. That is more akin to what we would normally see in the early portions of April. Yes, so if you're a fan of warmer temperatures, you're going to love where we are going as we head towards the next few days. Now, add in the fact, okay, while it will be warm, it'll be very balmy breezes. There will be very balmy breezes blowing in across the area. Some gusts around 25 to 35 miles per hour expected, especially for the Delta locations. So eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, these areas likely to see some of those gusts around 30 to 35. The farther east that you go, getting into some of the hillier terrain, heading out through eastern portions of West Tennessee and northeast Mississippi, winds between 20 and 30 miles per hour. Clouds will increase. Here come the rain opportunities. Some scattered showers, some rumbles of thunder pushing across the area. Not looking like a severe weather scenario playing out for us here locally, but we will have to tangle with some off and on rain and some rumbles of thunder moving through the area with temperatures topping out in the middle to upper 60s for your Thursday. Still pretty breezy throughout the course of your Thursday, and then the cooler air will begin to sink in the wake of the front. The front works its way southward through Friday morning and should be out of here with sunshine returning pretty quickly. Now we'll turn cooler for highs on your Friday, but we'll quickly rebound the numbers very quickly back through the 70s heading into the early portions of the next week. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. Look at Jackson, Mississippi, mid 70s by Sunday, upper 70s by Monday, closing in on the low 80s in Dallas and Fort Worth, even Kansas City, Missouri in the middle 70s, 60 Chicago, near 70 in Louisville, Kentucky. So you get the idea. There's a lot of warmer air that's going to be building in here, not just locally, but regionally and nationally as we head through the next couple of days after our first bout of warm weather. That's what we're continuing with right now. Again, a little backpedal, and then we'll get going again next week. Now, I will tell you and re-emphasize this to you again. It's really hard for us to get through a long stretch of warm weather without something to break it up. And eventually there will be a breakup period. The question mark is when exactly and how will it play out? We do have opportunities for rain and storms in the extended 10-day forecast. Again, we've got one opportunity coming in the next 7 days, really. The next opportunity after that will come in mid next week. That one would be the one that we'd have to watch for the potential for a couple of gustier storms, stronger storms moving into the area. We'll watch it closely. You can also track that using the First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Of course, we'll be the first alert to any changes. But as a general rule, it's just really hard for you and really the atmosphere to stay in an extended period of above average temperatures without a little bit of give to go along with it. So 65 the high today, mostly sunny. We'll go partly sunny for your Wednesday. Winds picking up. Again, gusts anywhere from 25 to 35 miles per hour. Gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour possible on Thursday with off and on showers and storms. We'll work our way to the 50s, close to 60 for your Friday, and gradually working our way up through the low 70s for Sunday and Monday. Again, the front side of that system is going to start to head in our direction by the time we head towards the latter half of Monday. I still think that we're generally dry that day, but we get towards Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week, still plenty warm, still plenty muggy, and setting the stage for a larger storm system to come down the pipeline that could have some impacts in our region to round out the month of February, heading into the beginning portions of March. Of course, we'll be the first to alert you to any of those changes, and another way to stay weather aware on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, a free download in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and what we like to focus on, especially after the pandemic, is making sure our mental health is at tip-top shape. We want to make sure that we are doing extremely well when it comes to our mental health. And in the new year, we're seeing new trends in mental health to make sure that we are at our optimal level. Joining me now to talk more about this is Nona Kelly. She is someone who is a licensed marriage and family therapist. She specializes in relationships, life transitions, and stress. She's out of Nashville. She helps people across the state virtually. I appreciate you joining us. Tell me about what mental health first aid is. I guess that's a trend, right? Good morning.
Good morning. It's a trend that we're excited about. So mental health first aid is basically knowing signs and symptoms of crisis or some sort of struggle someone's having and knowing what to do for them. So an example of that is recognizing, as you would if someone were in physical need of first aid, recognizing the symptoms of mental health issues and having resources for that person or having immediate help for them right in that moment.
Okay, and so what's the trend exactly? I mean, is it recognizing those things? Is it the actual physical application of the first aid? Explain, Nona.
Absolutely. So what it is a lot of times people haven't felt comfortable even thinking about mental health, and mental health is becoming more popular with recognizing that we need help outside of ourselves. So what that is people being aware of their surroundings, them knowing what crisis looks like with mental health, such as like major depression and being able to provide that person with resources.
Okay, I appreciate you explaining that one to me. Tell me about rise of third spaces. You know, we hear a lot about safe spaces. We hear about other spaces. What's third spaces?
Absolutely. So a third space is a place where you can go that isn't work or home. With the pandemic, a lot of us were stuck at home and isolated. And of course, depression, addiction increased during that time. So what we've learned is that people need another place to go that doesn't cost them money. And so what we're hoping is the local governments will provide a space for that. We're seeing that already in some apartments with, they generally have like a community space for their residents where there's sofas, there's games, there's often a coffee bar there, and you can just go and socialize and not feel like you have to spend money.
Is this also, I mean, would libraries or bookstores be a part of that?
Absolutely. Yes, indeed. That is a perfect example is a public library. What we would like is to see people actually interacting, having opportunity to get to know each other better. Library is oftentimes more of a quiet space, but yes, that's a perfect example.
Tell me about some of the trends that many therapists say we need to leave behind in 2023.
Absolutely, yes. So one of those is the therapy stigma, which is not talking to our friends and family about the fact that we are receiving therapy. It at one point was kind of shame-based to talk about your problems. And now that is changing, and we're getting more comfortable with talking about therapy, that, hey, I'm getting therapy. This is the tools. These are the tools that my therapist has taught me. This is what I'm learning about myself. And so one of the trends going out is that shame-based therapy. Well, not therapy, but the shame surrounding receiving therapy.
Anything else you want to mention, Nona, before we let you go? I find this fascinating.
Well, I do encourage everyone to get any kind of help that they feel they need. Oftentimes, we aren't aware that we're even struggling with mental health issues. So we can educate ourselves on things such as anxiety, depression. People walk around hurting and they're not aware that there's help for them. So there's absolutely help available. There's new counseling opportunities such as ThriveWorks that offers same day or next day counseling, so we don't have to wait weeks anymore.
Okay, Nona Kelly, we appreciate you and we appreciate all the info you are giving us when it comes to mental health trends that we're expecting in 2024. Thanks so very much. Okay, good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I love this conversation because I think it's so underrated. Your gut health. You will not you will not be, you will be in the know if you know how important gut health is, because a lot of people don't. Have you checked your gut health? There's a new survey that finds most Americans have not. 2/3 experiencing recurrent digestive issues. It's something that I'm aware of, but I know that other people are not, because when I talk about it, it's like I'm speaking Chinese to a lot of people. Let's bring in someone who knows a little bit about gut health too. I'm joined now by Dr. Andrea Klemus, Chief Medical Officer at MDVIP. Dr. Klemus, appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. What is MDVIP, and if you can inform our audience that's watching right now, talk about gut health and why it maybe is so underrated.
Sure. So MDVIP stands for MD Medical Doctor Value and Prevention. It's a national network of primary care physicians that focuses on personalized preventive wellness. They partner with you to really let you live a longer, happier life. And we have many docs in the Memphis area. So gut health. MDVIP did a survey to understand what Americans know about it. And what we found out is they don't know how important it is. You know, most people think about gut health as just their stomach, but it's really everything from their mouth, well, all the way to the other end. And they didn't know that an unhealthy gut increases your risk for things like heart attack, stroke, diabetes, and even Alzheimer's.
How does someone know if they have a food sensitivity or food allergy? And again, how does gut health really play a role in all that?
Yeah, so 1 in 5 in the MDVIP survey thought they had an intolerance or sensitivity, but it wasn't diagnosed. So first, food allergy, think peanuts, could be life-threatening. Food intolerance, like lactose intolerance, you don't have an enzyme that can break down the proteins in milk or ice cream, and that gives you the GI symptoms. But food sensitivities are things that are mediated by your immune system. And what happens is if you're sensitive to a food, you develop inflammation in your intestine. And this inflammation, just like when you have inflammation on your skin and it's red and it gets swollen, well, if you have inflammation in your gut, you can't absorb nutrients well, and you don't make some of the hormones that we need, like serotonin for your mood, and it can affect your immune system. So you can get GI symptoms plus other symptoms as well.
Interesting stuff here. So tell me more, Doctor, about the survey that was posted and done. Give me some of the results of that.
Sure. So the sad part is 85% of people failed the gut IQ quiz and nobody got an A. I think one of the fun facts was that 50% of people won't poop in a public restroom. But there are some myths out there, like that you should have a bowel movement every day. 70% of people thought that, but yet 3 times a week or 3 times a day may be normal for you. So you don't have to go every day. Also found that younger people, 45 and under, many of them, or 40% of them, say they avoid sex due to GI issues, and 30% said it really affects their quality of life. So you don't need to suffer in silence, and if you have an issue, you need to go to your doctor.
Okay, so we've talked about some of the problems here of an unhealthy gut. What are some great ways, maybe some easy ways, that people can improve their gut health?
Yeah, and you know, as Americans, I think we're always looking for that magic pill. Over 50% said in the MDVIP survey that they've tried a supplement or an enzyme or a probiotic, but food is the best thing to do to improve your gut health. So there are things called probiotics, which are the good bacteria in your gut. You know, we have good and bad bacteria, and it's that balance that makes it healthy or unhealthy. So to get more good bacteria, you need the probiotic foods, yogurt, fermented foods, pickles. And then there are prebiotic foods, or foods that feed the good bacteria. And those are things like garlic, onions, asparagus, and oats. So even adding one of these things can help your GI tract, and then maybe taking out some bad things like processed or fried foods.
Where can people take this gut IQ quiz and maybe just kind of overall learn more about gut health?
So if you go to mdvip.com/gutiq, you can take the quiz, understand what your knowledge gaps are, and then add those to your symptoms. You can learn more on the website, but then make sure you go to a physician that really can talk to you, understand what you're talking about, and spend the time like an MDVIP physician so that they can help you live a longer, healthier life.
Okay, Dr. Andrea Klemus, Chief Medical Officer at MDVIP. Appreciate the conversation. So important to highlight gut health. Thanks very much. We are always trying to find different life hacks and different healthy ways to eat better, feel great, and live longer. And one of the things we all need to know about is calories and our caloric intake and what it means and why are some calories a certain way and other calories are not. So we're bringing in a dietitian, clinical dietitian, Megan Talley, joining us back on the Action News 5 digital desk. Good to see you, Megan, once again. Let's talk broad perspective right now and just kind of define for our audience what a calorie is and why some calories mean more than others. Good morning.
Morning, nice to see you again. Basically, calories are energy. Actually, how they figure it out in a laboratory, they have to burn it in this special big box and calculate the energy it gives off. But for us, we just eat it, digest it, and use that energy in our bodies. So it's just pure fuel.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, now I know that some calories are different from others. So, for example, you know, a double cheeseburger, and those calories are going to be a little bit different than, say, a plate of rice and vegetables. How do we distinguish which calories are the best for our body?
Well, honestly, energy is energy. So I completely agree with you. Some foods are very different. For instance, like 100 calories of salmon versus 100 calories of soda. Technically, the same amount of energy, you get the same amount of fuel. But with salmon, you're getting protein, you're getting good cholesterol to help your heart health. You're getting a lot of vitamins and minerals going on there versus soda, which is pretty much just sugar, and that's it. You can get such a better bigger meal. I'm always for more food than less food if you are trying to watch your calories. So going for more things that are going to nourish your body, fuel your body, rather than just quick energy is always going to be the better choice.
Gotcha, gotcha. So it's not so much the calories, but the nutritional value of those calories that really kind of help us lead healthier lives. What about how many calories we should have each and every day? I know that there's a lot of different opinions, and people need certain amount of calories to, I guess, exist. But then there's some people that want to restrict those calories to keep a certain weight. Where do you stand on all that stuff? What do we do?
Well, you're right. It's a real sticking point. It's complicated. In the hospital, for instance, I use several different mathematical calculations to figure out who needs what. It really depends on age, gender, physical activity, all kinds of different factors, health issues, which is why food labels are so great. In a way, they give you those percent daily values, and like 2,000 calories is supposed to be the average person's needs, but of course, no one's average. So the real way to get it is ask your doctor, ask a dietitian, and we can calculate it to be more personalized. If you want to go about 2,000 calories, that'd be fine if you're about 5'10", and active and male, but maybe go for a little bit less. But really asking a medical professional is the best way to figure out what you need for you.
Appreciate that, Megan. So, you know, we talked earlier about calorie myths out there, and not all calories are created equal. Tell me about some other myths that people may have about calories.
Oh gosh, I think the biggest one is that they're evil, they're bad, people get so obsessed with all the counting. And while eating less calories than your body needs is the great way to lose weight, which is what a lot of people want to do these days, myself included. Some people get so wrapped around the axle, they treat themselves badly because of, oh, I went over my calories today, I've been so bad, you know, assigning morality to food. And, you know, if you're just a little kinder to yourself, you know, make a few small changes. It doesn't have to be everything, all these little math like spinning around your head, making you crazy. Cut out soda if you're trying to reduce calories. Do a little more exercise, drink a little more water. These little things can really add up and not add as much stress to your life, which is always better.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, stress, I think, in one way or another, directly, indirectly, that can add some calories to your diet as well. So you just mentioned something. A lot of people are always trying to lose weight, keep a fit figure, I guess you could say. And how important in that whole process is counting calories?
Like I said, if you burn the amount of calories that you want to be losing, I think it's about 3,500 calories to lose a pound of fat that you kind of go for. Myself, I have heart problems and knee problems, so I'd love to lose a little bit so I can be feeling a little bit better. So calories is important, but activity is too. The quality of those calories, like we talked about, those are all really big. So, like I said, counting them important, but don't beat yourself up. Include other things that are helpful as well. That's the big one.
So Megan, I see some people online, some of these gurus that say, okay, we're doing a water challenge. We're going to have nothing but water for 3 days and join us. And I'm like, there's no way. I mean, I guess some people are they like that severity of diet to cleanse themselves. I don't know, but I mean, does that really work?
Well, you're starving yourself, so I guess yes. But honestly, it's not good for you. It's really not good for you. The biggest thing, if you want to be healthful, if you want to reach that healthy weight, if you want to feel better about yourself, it's just about lifestyle changes. A lot of people think these crazy crash diets, like the melon diet or the cabbage soup diet or this kind of water fast or drinking lemon juice and honey and cayenne pepper until you're just sick as a dog. I mean, yeah, you'll lose some weight, probably water weight, but you're just going to go back to the way you were eating before. You're going to go back to the way you were feeling before. So it's really about those small changes and holding on to those small changes and keep on going with that until your whole life is kind of transformed. You don't even realize until you're there.
I gotcha. So we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. Is there anything else you want to mention with regards to calories, what we need to know, how to just live a healthy lifestyle?
The biggest one, I think, is just to be kind to yourself. So many people think that they've done a terrible thing if they've gained weight or they keep breaking that diet. And that stress, that pain, that depression that comes with it is a huge part of keeping that cycle going. I think if people are a little kinder to themselves, again, make those small changes, take a walk now and again, change out a soda for a drink of water, it can really add up without you really thinking about it, without obsessing about it. And you can already get halfway there before you even realize it. So just a little more kindness to yourself is a big step.
Megan Talley, dietitian, Regional One Health. Really appreciate this conversation. Thanks for spelling it out in an easy to understand way. And we really appreciate it each and every time you come on the Digital Desk. Thanks so much.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A spring preview on the way across the Mid-South as we get into the middle 60s as we roll through this Tuesday. Rondo, as well as Memphis, Byhalia, Senatobia, and Brighton, all at 65 today. That is more akin to what we would normally see as we get into the first couple of days of spring. So if you are a spring fan, I think you can get behind this. And guess what? It gets even warmer as we head through tomorrow. But there will be some changes on the way over the course of the next few days. There will be some rain chances. Not today, not tomorrow, but opportunities rolling in here on your Thursday as a storm system rolls southward across the area, bringing us a chance for scattered showers and some rumbles of thunder expected during that time frame. In the meantime, the weather pretty quiet here today. Lots of sunshine. Again, temperatures lower to middle 60s, upper 60s down to the south and west of us as you head closer to Little Rock and Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Guess what? The milder temperatures continue rolling into your Wednesday with a couple of clouds early on. We'll see more clouds building in gradually through the course of your Wednesday with highs in the upper 60s and lower 70s. That is more akin to what we would normally see in the early portions of April. Yes, so if you're a fan of warmer temperatures, you're going to love where we are going as we head towards the next few days. Now, add in the fact, okay, while it will be warm, it'll be very balmy breezes. There will be very balmy breezes blowing in across the area. Some gusts around 25 to 35 miles per hour expected, especially for the Delta locations. So eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, these areas likely to see some of those gusts around 30 to 35. The farther east that you go, getting into some of the hillier terrain, heading out through eastern portions of West Tennessee and northeast Mississippi, winds between 20 and 30 miles per hour. Clouds will increase. Here come the rain opportunities. Some scattered showers, some rumbles of thunder pushing across the area. Not looking like a severe weather scenario playing out for us here locally, but we will have to tangle with some off and on rain and some rumbles of thunder moving through the area with temperatures topping out in the middle to upper 60s for your Thursday. Still pretty breezy throughout the course of your Thursday, and then the cooler air will begin to sink in the wake of the front. The front works its way southward through Friday morning and should be out of here with sunshine returning pretty quickly. Now we'll turn cooler for highs on your Friday, but we'll quickly rebound the numbers very quickly back through the 70s heading into the early portions of the next week. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. Look at Jackson, Mississippi, mid 70s by Sunday, upper 70s by Monday, closing in on the low 80s in Dallas and Fort Worth, even Kansas City, Missouri in the middle 70s, 60 Chicago, near 70 in Louisville, Kentucky. So you get the idea. There's a lot of warmer air that's going to be building in here, not just locally, but regionally and nationally as we head through the next couple of days after our first bout of warm weather. That's what we're continuing with right now. Again, a little backpedal, and then we'll get going again next week. Now, I will tell you and re-emphasize this to you again. It's really hard for us to get through a long stretch of warm weather without something to break it up. And eventually there will be a breakup period. The question mark is when exactly and how will it play out? We do have opportunities for rain and storms in the extended 10-day forecast. Again, we've got one opportunity coming in the next 7 days, really. The next opportunity after that will come in mid next week. That one would be the one that we'd have to watch for the potential for a couple of gustier storms, stronger storms moving into the area. We'll watch it closely. You can also track that using the First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Of course, we'll be the first alert to any changes. But as a general rule, it's just really hard for you and really the atmosphere to stay in an extended period of above average temperatures without a little bit of give to go along with it. So 65 the high today, mostly sunny. We'll go partly sunny for your Wednesday. Winds picking up. Again, gusts anywhere from 25 to 35 miles per hour. Gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour possible on Thursday with off and on showers and storms. We'll work our way to the 50s, close to 60 for your Friday, and gradually working our way up through the low 70s for Sunday and Monday. Again, the front side of that system is going to start to head in our direction by the time we head towards the latter half of Monday. I still think that we're generally dry that day, but we get towards Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week, still plenty warm, still plenty muggy, and setting the stage for a larger storm system to come down the pipeline that could have some impacts in our region to round out the month of February, heading into the beginning portions of March. Of course, we'll be the first to alert you to any of those changes, and another way to stay weather aware on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, a free download in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a new program that's starting at Methodist Le Bonheur Hospital and Healthcare. They are starting to offer classes for people with chronic conditions. I'm joined now by Jamaica Ivory Glover. She is someone who knows more about this program. Jamaica, good morning. Thanks for joining us on the digital desk. So tell us more about this program and some of the reasons behind it.
Good morning, Andrew. So happy to be here. So the program is called the Chronic Disease Self-Management Program. We usually call it CDSMP, and you'll hear us say that quite often because chronic disease self-management is a lot to say. But the CDSMP program is a free 6-week workshop. It provides people that are living with chronic conditions, as well as the caregivers of people that are living with chronic conditions. It gives them strategies to better manage their chronic conditions.
That sounds great. And my understanding, you mentioned it's a workshop that's free, right? I mean, it's a 6-week free workshop. What kind of chronic conditions are we talking about?
Yeah, so any chronic condition that you can think of, everything from diabetes to cardiovascular disease to arthritis to depression, anything that a person lives with that has to be managed on a long-term basis is what this program is for. This program does not target any one specific condition. It is applicable to all conditions.
Okay, and what's the goal of this workshop? I know that there are probably a lot of people out there that said, gosh, we need something we'd love to get some tutelage from one of the healthcare providers in our area. Is that something that was born out of this, and what are some of the goals?
Yeah, sure. So, the goal of CDSMP is to empower people to live healthier overall lives. And so, one of the things that is so great about CDSMP is it was sort of brought on the scene because of our because of our community health needs assessment. The community health needs assessment was done back in 2022. And in direct response to that assessment, we found that cardiovascular disease and cancer were two of the top health priorities for our community. And so to help people combat and live healthier lives that are living with conditions such as cardiovascular disease and cancer, as well as diabetes and all of the other chronic conditions, we decided to bring CDSMP on board. We were able to do this through a generous grant from the state of Tennessee, Tennessee Department of Health. And we'll be hosting these workshops over the next 2.5 years for our community. And so we're really excited about it.
So tell me about when this program is. Is this something that happens year round? Does it depend on the person that wants to be involved? How does it work?
Yeah, we are hosting workshops year round. The workshops last for 6 weeks. So you meet once a week for 6 weeks. Sessions are about 2.5 hours. And so during that time, you're receiving a lot of great vital information. Our goal is to bring a workshop near to every person that lives in the Mid-South. We want to be able to make this workshop as accessible as possible to everybody that lives in our community. And so we are working really diligently with community partners to collaborate with them and bring the workshop to your doorstep if possible.
That sounds fantastic, Jamaica. Let's talk about how many people are involved in these sessions. I mean, is it 1? Is it 10? Is it 100? And what are the topics that typically this program covers?
Yeah. So, Andrew, our workshops are kept small. We only allow about 10 to 12 people to register per workshop. And we do that so that we can provide an intimate environment for folks to feel safe and comfortable with discussing things around their chronic conditions. We also will make sure that participants feel supported. It is a community. And so a lot of times folks come in feeling alone, like they are the only ones that are dealing with their chronic condition, and they leave with community. And so those are some of the major points around keeping it small. What was your other question, Andrew?
I was just asking, how large it was, and then the various topics that are covered.
Oh yeah, the topics. So we have some excellent topics. Topics that include making the mind-body connection, dealing with difficult emotions and healthy eating and activity. Also learning how to communicate with your provider and making informed treatment decisions. Those are just a handful of the topics that we'll discuss.
That sounds great. I mean, what a great resource for so many people in Memphis and the Mid-South. We have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning, Jamaica. Is there anything else you want to mention about chronic disease self-management program?
It's a great free resource for our community. I really want people to take advantage of this program. There's so many wonderful benefits. And listen, you may be saying, I don't have a chronic condition, but someone that you know does. And so I think it's important for us to share this information as far and wide as we can. I think oftentimes some of the barriers to obtaining healthcare information is that people say, I just didn't know about it. No one told me. And so if you are listening to the sound of my voice today, I encourage you to share this information with your family, with your friends, with your neighbors, folks that you know are struggling with managing their chronic conditions. In addition to the CDS-MP program, there are lots of other things that community members can do to manage their health and to get them on the right track. I'm really excited about the Healthier 901 movement that Methodist is sponsoring and partnering with community members all over the Mid-South. And for those of you that don't know about Healthier 901, it is an initiative to get Mid-Southerners to lose 1 million pounds in 3 years. And so we are working towards that goal. If you're interested in joining that movement, you can download the Healthier 901 app. You can get that from your favorite app store, and you can join the movement. Again, that is a place of community, and there are tons of resources on that app that can help you along your healthcare journey as well.
Real quick, before we let you go, Jamaica, where can people sign up for this program?
Sure. You can go to methodisthealth.org/chronic disease. There you will find all the information that I just talked about, plus registration information. And as I said before, we are constantly updating our workshop locations. And so if you don't see a location that is close to you now, continue to check back throughout the year. We are bringing a location to your area.
Jamaica Ivory Glover with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. We appreciate you talking about the chronic disease self-management program. Thanks so very much. Very informative. Good luck with the latest program events throughout the year. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Okay, another live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis. 51 degrees, 10 minutes after 10. We got more news in 60 seconds. Okay, did you know that 90% of Americans, 90% say money affects their stress level and they're anxious about their financial situation? And another huge majority, 88% of Americans believe they have room for improvement when it comes to their financial wellness. So with that in mind, and January being Financial Wellness Month, let's bring in Tammy Trenta. She's the founder and CEO of Family Financial to talk about ways that we can improve our financial health. Good morning, Tammy. I know that when people think of New Year's resolutions, at the top of the list, in addition to diet and exercise, is finances. So where do we start?
That's a great question. I like to equate financial wellness in the beginning of the year, much like an annual wellness visit at the doctor. And the first thing that you want to do is get organized, gather all of your statements, homeowners, property tax, investments, bank accounts, Social Security. You want to get your estate planning in order, and just look at those things because laws change, the economy has changed, premiums have changed, we've had inflation. So kind of gathering the information is a really important first step. So we do our annual wellness checkups once a year in the beginning of the year because most investors want to know how they did. And so then that leads us to the next step, which would be knowing your rate of return. Now, this might not be a great year to look at how you did, but you can't really put your head in the sand. It wasn't a great year in the stock market, and you need to make sure that you're still on track for meeting your goals. So you want to look at how your performance was. What was your rate of return this year? Surprising how many people don't know that. Whether there were any losses harvested in your account for your income taxes or any rebalancing that had been done throughout the year. If you don't have an investment account yet or an advisor, the beginning of the year is a great time to get started.
Yeah, no question, Tammy. In fact, a financial planner is recommended. I have one, and the way I tell people is like, hey, that's their whole job is to know rates of return, know what the market's going to do, look at predictors, things that I don't have time to spend on. They focus on it, and so when I talk about having a financial planner, it's huge. I would think that when you start getting organized, one of the ways that you begin is with a budget, right?
Absolutely, especially in a year where we've had, unprecedented inflation since the 70s. So a lot of those things or subscriptions that you've had might have snuck up throughout the year. And so it's a great time to review your budget, review your savings goal. You might even find some new money for a new goal that you might have this year by just taking a look at what you need and what you don't need.
Exactly. And budget, saving goals. What about knowing the numbers? That's on the list too. Tell me about that.
Well, one thing that you need to do is know what you need in order to become financially independent. And that means knowing your numbers. So updating a financial plan is a great way to start off the year, especially in a year where, like I said, we've had a down market. The down markets happen maybe once every 4 or 5 years. So you want to make sure you're still on track. If you're not on track, then right now is the best time to change what you're doing because wealth accumulation tends to accelerate or decelerate pretty quickly the longer that time goes on. So, I think there's a statistic every 5 years that you delay your savings, you actually have to double the savings to meet the same savings target.
One of the things that I'm concerned about, just looking at things, is I'm concerned about inflation and inflation being at such a high rate. It was, the highest in 40 years last year. There's nothing that suggests that it's going down considerably anytime soon. How do you combat against that as a financial planner? What do you tell your clients?
Well, when we go through the financial plans, we account for inflation. So that's something that you want to make sure when you do your projections that you have an increased spending level every year. So if you're spending $80,000 a year, you need to be able to spend more to just have the same expenses. So that's how we handle inflation. But I also think that planning is not really a set it and forget it kind of thing. Not only are there changes in the economy like inflation, the stock market performance, the real estate market, interest rates, but you also have things in your personal life that change. Maybe you're getting married, maybe you're having a child. And one thing we know is that everybody's life changes all the time. And so it's really important to have a list of things that you do to follow up and things that you'd like to accomplish throughout the year.
Tammy, this has been a great list. Is there anything else we haven't touched on you feel is important? Because, this is January is one of those months where everyone's trying to get their financial goals in shape and set for the rest of the year.
Yes, the last thing that I'll say is you need to look at it every year. So it's not a one-time financial plan that sits on your coffee table collecting dust. There are a lot of financial advisors out there. You want to work with a certified financial planner and someone who practices as a certified financial planner. So looking at the plan every year is really, really important, and I can't emphasize that enough.
Okay, Tammy Trent, founder and CEO of Family Financial. We appreciate all those financial tips. They are so helpful to so many people out there. Thanks very much.
And we've got a special guest with us this morning here for a live interview. We're going to be chatting about student therapy. Now, this person is joining us all the way from New York City, and he's got a lot to talk about. We've got Michael Elson-Rooney from Chalkbeat in New York. And like I mentioned, student therapy, that is going to be the conversation in the next couple of minutes. So let's get to Michael here in just 1 second. And we've got it right there. Hey, Michael, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Very good. Glad you are joining us. We're all the way down here in the South in Memphis, Tennessee. I know you're up there in New York, but let's chit chat about something that impacts folks really across the entire country, students and therapy. Tell me more about your article.
Yeah, so what I was looking at is, over the past couple of years, we've seen this youth mental health crisis really kind of taking off, in the wake of the pandemic. And schools are trying to figure out ways to get students more help. And that often means, putting them in touch with therapists or offering online therapy, just ways to help them cope with mental health challenges. But, we started hearing from some students, from some mental health professionals that one of the obstacles that comes up is that often kids still need parental consent to get therapy. And, parents, for a whole range of reasons, have reservations about that. And so that's something that schools and families are navigating as they're trying to increase the access to mental health treatment.
Now, Michael, I know that in your article, you talked about some states have different ages when it comes to consent with therapy. So can you kind of touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, so we see a whole range, on the low end, states, including California and Colorado, have moved to give young people the ability to consent to most mental health treatment at starting around 12. There are other states that don't even set an age. They say just when students are developmentally ready. But then, many states, I was looking a little bit at Tennessee, and, it looks like there's some limited circumstances where kids at age 16 can start, but mostly for minors under 18, it requires parental consent.
Now, when it comes to having these conversations from parents to students to teachers, it seems like there needs to be some kind of consensus as to how these conversations are happening. And so what have you learned about the way parents should be talking with their kids if they're interested in something like therapy, especially kids at a young age, those 12 and younger?
Yeah, so I think, one common thing I heard is that whatever the law is, I think pretty much everyone agrees that it's certainly preferable when parents are on board, and it makes the treatment more effective when, kids know that their parents are supporting them in it. So, I think social workers and counselors at schools are really thinking about how do we bring parents in? How do we kind of dispel any myths about what therapy is and isn't? How do we kind of remove some of the stigma here that, this doesn't mean there's something wrong with your kid or that they're going to be labeled for the rest of their life, but that this is something that can really just help.
Now, Michael, you also touched on the disparities between different communities when it comes to therapy for students. Can you touch on that also?
Yeah, so the latest figures from the CDC showed that, about 14% of white students, white young people had reported seeing a therapist. And then for every other group, the percentage was lower, with the lowest being Asian American kids, where only about 3% of them reported having seen a therapist. And, there are some long-standing issues here when it comes to how groups have been treated by mental health professionals and social services, and some skepticism that goes back a long way. And in immigrant communities in particular, the kind of the barriers can be higher.
Absolutely. And one other thing, I know that you kind of talked about or the different perspectives, I guess, from the different regions. I know you're up there in New York, so this is a very different conversation that we're having here in southern states. Can you also talk about that?
Yeah, so, like many things in education, this has kind of gotten swept up into politics, especially over the past couple of years. And, we know that there have been so many conversations happening about what is the role of parents in deciding what happens in schools. And this is certainly one of the most personal things that parents and kids can go through. And so, it's impossible for it not to get kind of swept up in the political debate too. But, talking with families, the issues are often really personal and nuanced and individual to their circumstances and their backgrounds and their upbringings.
All right, well, that about does it for our time that we have this morning. Michael Elson-Rooney with Chalkbeat New York, thank you so much for your time and joining us right here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk down here in Memphis.
Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. According to some brand new data released by SEMrush, over the last 2 years, there has been a huge surge in Americans wanting to turn their passion projects into paychecks, their side hustles into full-time money. And the data reveals that since January 2020, a 421% increase in searches for side hustles to make money. Now, we're about to talk to someone about this very issue, about how she turned her side hustle into a full-time job making six figures. Joining me now is Megan Overholt. And Megan, good morning. How are you?
Morning. It's Morgan, by the way, Morgan Overholt.
Morgan, I'm so sorry. I appreciate you joining
us. No
problem. So tell me about your story a little bit, because so many people, as you're right, so many people have decided, hey, what can I do as a side hustle to make full-time income?
Yeah, well, I was actually kind of the lucky one, one of the lucky ones, to be honest with you. I'm no stranger to reinventing myself. Back in 2017, I actually quit my full-time job in the normal corporate world back before it was popular. Essentially rage quit, had all the fun I could stand, got to do something else. But back then, all I really knew to turn to was freelance. And that was a lot better than what I was doing. Do not get me wrong, but the problem is that freelance is still inherently flawed because it still requires that your butt is in that seat every single day and that you're like on the clock and you have deadlines to meet, you've got clients you need to reply to all the time. And it wasn't quite giving me that freedom that I really craved. I had toyed before with the idea of launching something that could produce real live passive income in addition to my freelance before, but I never really took the leap until the pandemic hit. The pandemic, as a lot of y'all know, was inspiring for reinvention. So while I wasn't a stranger to it, I still was very new to the world, had no idea what I was doing, learned from the best, and here we are today. In fact, last year, our second full year in business, we surpassed 6 million page views on thesmokies.com, which is our travel blog website, and we produced over $200,000 worth of revenue. So it's pretty incredible.
That is incredible, and congratulations to you for doing all of that. I have to admit, I did those searches too, and I heard that blogging is one of those great opportunities out there for people to get started and really kind of turn it into a money-making career. How did you do it? If you had to look at some of the key factors of turning that blog into a six-figure income, how did you do it?
Well, honestly, again, I'm no stranger to figuring out how to reinvent myself and how to launch a successful company. And one of the key things, and I think this applies to every single industry and anything that you want to do in life really, is that you identify the person who's doing the thing that you really want to do, who's doing it successfully, I should add, and you learn what they're doing. And so what we did is we started joining all of these blogging communities online and really looking at people who were already making six-figure, even seven-figure incomes. And we asked, hey, what are you guys doing? And two words kept coming up for us. It was SEO and SEMrush. And at the time I was familiar with what SEO was. I thought it was just kind of like sprinkling in little keywords on your website and hoping for the best, hoping you'll rank on Google. But SEMrush was kind of the missing component because I found out, news to me, that there are real tools you can use online that actually tell you exactly what people are looking for. It tells you what kinds of questions that people are typing into Google on a daily basis. And so our real key to success was figuring out exactly what those questions were and then answering those questions effectively. And the second that we started doing that, our traffic skyrocketed. It was incredible. I think on like month one, we went from having maybe a couple hundred hits to just a few months later, I think June of 2020, that same year, like I said, the pandemic year, I think we're about like 300,000, 400,000 hits. It was crazy. And it kept growing from there. So a pretty big deal. Pay attention to what other people are doing and do that thing.
That does sound amazing, and that's great stuff. When it comes to turning it, when you saw, okay, so you did the SEO, looking for what search items people are looking for. Did you have to write a lot? Because I've always heard that okay, if I'm going to start a blog, I just have to put tons of writing in. I mean, how many hours did you spend in the front end of this project?
Well, here's the really cool thing. So luckily, again, we were some of the lucky ones in the pandemic. We really only had about like a week or two that was kind of slow, which is really when I launched the website in partnership with my sister, Elena, and my husband, James. But after that, our freelance business really picked up and we looked at each other and we're like, hey, look, we got to find time to also work on this website without losing our, at the time, primary income, which was the freelance income. And so we kind of just dedicated one day a week to knocking out as many articles as we possibly could. And we did it that way for an entire year, essentially. Almost an entire year, I didn't have a 2-day weekend. I mean, look, y'all, anything worth having in life is going to take a little bit of hard work. That's what I tell people all day long. Nothing in this life worth having is going to be that easily achievable. So I would say as far as quantifiable hours were concerned, I would say we were each putting in about 8 to 10 hours a week to really get it going. And now, as it's been growing, we've been able to really integrate it into our normal work weeks. In fact, it's sort of even taken over a lot of the freelance that we were doing before. The script is kind of flipped now. Before we were doing like 25% blogging, now it's more like 75% blogging and 25% freelance, which is pretty cool. But the great thing about what we've done is that it did exactly what I set out to do, right? Now, when I take a day off, I'm still making money. Now, when I go on a week vacation, I still get notifications every day that I'm making money. So that passive income, or more accurately, perhaps I should refer to it as semi-passive, because it still requires a lot of work to get it up and going. It's not a set it and forget it type thing, but it's still making me money, even if I step away. And that's really the freedom that I've craved from day one, right? That's the ultimate freedom. What more can you possibly ask for?
So you said 8 to 10 hours a week is generally how much you spent on the blog. When did you start seeing significant income jumps? I mean, did it start at, you know, I don't know, 100, 200, 1,000, 2,000, and then just 1 month or two just jumped from there?
Yeah, like I said before, it was really identifying that correct tool to use. Like, there's a lot of misconceptions out there about what SEO is. Everybody will love to tell you they can get you on the first page of Google. It's just like some kind of magic thing. I thought I knew what SEO was as a freelance graphic designer because my clients asked for it all the time. I thought it was just sprinkling in keywords, but the key was using those 8 to 10 hours that I was talking about earlier effectively, right? Because at one point when we first launched, we were just kind of taking a guess. Like, I always thought the way that you were supposed to do it, or was the way that you were supposed to do it. But after we really started finding the correct tools, and for us, it was SEMrush, and that's kind of one of the industry leading platforms out there if you guys want to look into it. But one of the things that we did was we actually started doing the research, and that showed us specifically what we should be writing. And that's when we really started to see things kind of skyrocket from there, right? So instead of just using those 8 to 10 hours every week that we had to take guesses at what people may or may not like, what Google may or may not like, we were able to really hone in and make sure that this is what people were looking for, make sure this is what people would like, because it turns out the data was really there all along. So for us, it was learning to use that time efficiently and intelligently and making database decisions versus just what we wanted to write about. And that's really when we started to see the results skyrocket. And I would say within a couple of months of adopting that strategy, that's when we really saw things start to take off.
When you first did the blog, Morgan, was it something where you were getting income one way, and then now are you getting income another way? Give me some detail on how it works.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was the other funny thing. When we first launched, we had absolutely no idea how blogs made money. To tell you the truth, probably like most Americans, I thought blogs were something that we had back in the GeoCities days in the 90s or the early 2000s. I had no idea that they were still a thing that was capable of producing income. It was actually my husband, who was one of my partners on the blog, who discovered an ad network called AdThrive and Mediavine, or two different ad networks called AdThrive and Mediavine. It took a few weeks to get accepted into those programs. Today we started out with Mediavine, switched to AdThrive, but there's a variety out there. Those are just two of the top dogs essentially. But once we got there, we were able to really tap into this programmatic ad network, which produced this incredible revenue every single day. So when you go to our website, if you type in thesmokies.com, you're going to see that there's a ton of ads that pop up. And that's kind of what that programmatic ad network is providing us. That's where most of our income has come from. But there's also this wide world of affiliate sales, right? So for instance, we are a travel blog. There's a lot of attractions in the area near the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, like Dollywood and Anakista, and a variety of museums like the Titanic Museum out there that have these programs that you can enter called affiliate programs, where you help them sell a ticket online by like writing a great review about them or saying, hey, look, I highly recommend doing X, Y, and Z in the Smokies. And if people click the link when you suggest to buy a ticket, you get a little tiny kickback. And so we did ads first, we did affiliate marketing second, and going forward, we're actually going to be doubling down on the affiliates. And we hope to release some digital downloads later this year year. But there's a variety of different ways that bloggers make money. Those are just kind of a handful of the ones that worked for us very early on. And of course, there's so many more that I feel like we can tap into in the future. So I'm excited to see where this whole thing goes. I think we're just getting started.
That sounds great. I mean, congratulations once again. You're doing such a great job, Morgan. And I think this is helping a lot of people just kind of understand how it works. A couple more questions here. So how much do you make now? If you don't mind me asking, how much does the blog make now on a monthly basis? And then how much did it, initially start? Because you didn't start right away making six figures. It was a gradual increase. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, I remember we made our first $6 within about a month of launching the actual blog site. And we were jumping up and down in the living room like it was the most important $6 we had ever made in our life. A couple months later, the first month, and that was an affiliate sale. A couple months later, the first month after we launched on an ad network, I believe our first month's earnings were something like $400 or $500, if memory serves correctly. Fast forward to today, I believe our largest month to date, and of course it varies as we are a seasonal travel blog. The Smokies are a little bit less trafficked in like January and February. We peak in the summer and into the winter, but our highest month so far has been around $35,000, $36,000 in that month. So yeah, that kind of shows you what's possible. And we suspect we're going to be hitting closer to $50,000, maybe even $60,000 by this December. So yeah, like I said, we're just getting started. To go from zero hits in the first month, essentially, to, I believe in our first full year, we passed almost hit 2 million. And then in our second full year to pass 6 million. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of hoping that we'll start to see that 10 million digit roll in as far as page views are concerned, hopefully in 2022. We'll see. We'll at least get close.
And it's just focusing on the East Tennessee Smokies area, or are you venturing out from that?
Yes, sir. For the most part, of course, the Smokies, the Smokies and the Blue Ridge Mountains were all kind of intertwined, as you know, in East Tennessee and Western North Carolina. So we sort of cover those areas a little bit. Every once in a while, we talk about Tennessee as a state, but our primary market, we've also done a few stories on Memphis, but our primary market is the Great Smoky Mountains National Park and the surrounding areas, the attractions, etc. That was also a model that we had never really seen anybody else do before. So that was a bit of a gamble, to be perfectly honest with you. We didn't really know that a regional travel blog would work. All you ever hear about are, travel bloggers that go all over the world and explore. But to us, we kind of learned that regional travel was even better, even, I dare say, easier. I don't want to use that word. It's been a lot of hard work, but I dare say easier because we get to target this one area that we know and we love. I grew up in East Tennessee. My husband grew up in East Tennessee. My little sister obviously grew up in East Tennessee. So this is an area that we're intimately familiar with. This is an area that we spent our childhood in. I mean, y'all, if you could have told me when I was like 6 that one day I would make money going to Dollywood, I'd have been like, what? It's like, that's not even my dream, and I've essentially turned that dream into a reality. So it's pretty cool.
That is cool. All right. So are there other blogs that you look at and really kind of or maybe take some ideas from? I mean, are there other ones that you kind of emulate maybe and kind of say, they really taught me a lot of things?
That's one of the tools I was talking about earlier when I talk about SEO. The tool that I mentioned earlier, SEMrush, will actually show you competitive data. And we certainly integrate that competitive data and fill in gaps that our competitors are not addressing, fill in questions that our competitors are not answering. In fact, our main competitors now are actually some of the city and locally run websites. And I believe it was last month, we even started surpassing some of those city run websites who have entire staffs. I think over 40, 50 people, I believe, for the top website working on those. So to bring in more traffic than even them, it's pretty impressive. But to be honest with you, if I were to give you a second giant piece of advice, which is applicable to both blogging and life, is to worry less about what your competitors are doing and worry more about what they're not doing, right? We never seek to copy anybody. I've never been a copycat of anybody. I want to know what people are, I want to know how they're finding success. I want to know the strategies and the tools that they're using and explore those on my own. But I think it's really important to be the red tree in the forest, you know, to be the standout, to do something unusual. Because if you're just a copycat, all you're going to be is a cheap clone at the end of the day.
Very nice, very nice. There are a lot of people taking notes in this newsroom, just hearing you talk right now. And I'm sure when people watch this on in a taped interview later on our website, they're going to be wanting to share this as well. When someone is looking at starting a blog, I don't know, can you give like maybe the top 3 things that they need to do right off the bat when they want to start and say, I want to do just what Morgan is doing? You know, a lot of people like to say, write what you know. Is that one of those things? Did you always like to travel?
Oh yeah, I've always loved to travel, but to me, it's a little bit, you know, there's 2 different components to it. A lot of people say, follow your passion. And I say, that's great. Follow your passion, but make sure you can make money with that passion, right? We've got a lot of passion. There are several hobbies I have that I'm not very good at, right? I don't think I should probably start a blog on those. There's a lot, I love watching Netflix for a living, you know, there's probably a way to make money doing that, but the thing is that we found a part of our passion. We found one of our passion projects that we knew there was a big audience for. And so that's the piece of advice I would give you there as far as following your passion. Follow your passion and make sure it makes money. As far as the 3 pieces of advice I would give to brand new bloggers would be as follows. Don't get lost in the details. Launch a simple website. It doesn't have to be the prettiest thing you've ever seen. Just make sure it's a simple theme. Make sure it's fast. That's what's more important because people want to make sure it's loading really quickly without any kind of delays. The second thing I would say is, yes, get comfortable with writing and get comfortable using those tools that I talked about, because that was the real difference maker for us. Before, we were just sort of, you know, when we first launched, writing whatever we thought we should write about because we had no data to go on, formatting it however we wanted to format it because we didn't know any better. So research those tools that will really give you those guidelines to show you exactly how to write, will actually give you a score on your writing and predict with almost 90% certainty exactly where you're going to rank on Google, which is pretty awesome. And then 3, make sure you turn that traffic into dollars. That's of course what you got to do at the end of the day. So research those ad networks that I mentioned earlier, research those affiliate programs, can think about what kind of digital downloads that you can sell. Those are 3 of the most popular ways. Courses, if you're doing something more on the business side, those are also very popular right now, online courses. So yeah, those are probably the 3 things that I would recommend. Don't get lost in the details, build a simple website, learn how to write articles that Google will love and that your readers will love, and then figure out how to make the money, honey.
Sorry, Morgan. Listen, I really appreciate everything you've said. It's a great conversation. I found it very interesting. Congratulations on your success. And I really think a lot of your tips have really helped other would-be bloggers out there. So appreciate the conversation very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, Andrew. I appreciate it.
Right now, I want to switch gears here because we are talking a lot about the financial markets, financial volatility, especially with inflation at sky-high numbers, the highest still in 40 years. And when it comes to retirement, are you prepared? Do you think you're prepared? Perhaps you don't think you're prepared. Well, Fidelity Investments tried to put out their first ever study, or tried to find out, I should say, when they put out this first ever study on the topic of whether you're prepared for retirement or not. Let's bring in Rita Asaf. She's Vice President of Retirement Products at Fidelity Investments to talk more about this study. Good morning, Rita. Tell us how Fidelity, what the study was and what did it reveal this morning? Thank you.
Morning. Thank you for having me. So Fidelity ran a retirement savings assessment study, and this is a study of all Americans. And it came up with a retirement score. So the retirement score is yellow right now to a score of 78. And what this means is that American savers are now projected to only have 78% of the income needed to cover expenses in retirement. And if you think about this, this is not surprising. when you look at the past events from the last couple of years. You had the pandemic to market volatility, and right now just the news with the banking industry. So it's no surprise many people feel uneasy about their financial outlook. But there are two factors that drove the drop. First, people are investing more conservatively. Our study found that 60% of Americans are concerned that investing too aggressively can negatively impact their savings. And second, many people are saving less. Even though Americans have more money saved since 2020, the amount that many are regularly contributing has declined, with the biggest drop coming from millennials.
Okay, so how do we know, Rita, when we have enough money for retirement? I mean, what can we do to kind of, I know nothing's 100% safeguard from various issues, volatility, that sort of thing. How can we do our best to safeguard our retirement nest egg?
Well, you want to have a retirement plan or a goal. And in general, Fidelity has a rule of thumb to help you figure that out. So you want to try and save 10 times your income by age 67. Now, we totally understand this sounds intimidating, but this is why it's important to start early. And how do you get to that 10 times your income? Start by saving 15% of your income each year, which includes your company match if you have access to one. But this may seem like a lot. So just increasing contributions 1% each year to get to that 15% can make a big difference. And here's why we're saying that. Our study found that 50%, this is 50 of Americans, may be unable to afford just basic expenses in retirement, much less their retirement dreams. But it's never too late to start planning. In our experience, those with the retirement plan in place felt the greatest confidence and helped them sleep better at night when there were any sort of surprises that came up. And setting up a plan is much easier than you think. It just means setting up a goal for now for how much you should save regularly and which accounts to put those into.
So, Rita, we have thousands of people who watch us here on the digital desk, and they are people from various generations, millennials, Gen Z, Gen X. So how do you determine, regardless of age, what you need to save for retirement? Is there a breakdown based upon specific generations out there, for example?
Well, I would say overall, there are 3 tips to help you prepare for retirement. Obviously, there will be changes depending on how old you are, but let's just start with, the general guardrails, which is first, save as much as you can. And what we mean for that is that 15% of your income each year. Second, make your money work for you. You want to have the right investment mix of stocks, bonds, and cash based on how far you are from retirement and how comfortable you are with risk. And that investment mix will change as you get older. And lastly, you want to reevaluate your retirement plan. Waiting longer to retire does have its benefits because you can build saving longer and you can actually increase Social Security payments. But we know this isn't easy. So what we found is that some people are actually working part-time or even making money off of hobbies, and that can help them from tapping into their retirement savings earlier. And for those who can't do this, because we understand it's not an option for everyone, it might make more sense to evaluate how much you plan to spend in retirement, where you can make some cuts.
So, Rita, we understand there's, I think Fidelity has a retirement score available. How can we check that? What is the retirement score, first off, and how does that determine where we are in terms of retirement savings?
Sure. So Fidelity has several resources to help you get started, including this Fidelity Retirement Score. And the score is basically a measure of how much you'll be able to, your income will be able to provide for your expenses in retirement. So if you check the score, you can see where you stand and make changes to supercharge your retirement. So to get started, you can go to fidelity.com/score, and there are a number of resources there to help you.
Okay, so again, so many people watching us right now, and many of them might be thinking, okay, we've had a tough few years here. I've had to dip into savings. Where do I begin to really kind of set myself up for retirement? If you were to name like 3 things of where people can begin to really get that retirement score up, let's say, where would you recommend people start?
Look at your contributions. See how much you can actually contribute. And as you get older, you actually have access to contribute more. So those who are 50 or older can take advantage of what we call catch-up contributions, where they can contribute an extra $1,000 each year to an IRA. Second, and this actually helps with your retirement preparedness, that investment mix. You really want to be sure that you have the right investment mix, especially aligned to your time horizon, how far you are from retirement. Those are two that will immediately help you with your retirement readiness and are near-term steps that you can take now.
Okay, Rita Asaf, Vice President, Retirement Products at Fidelity Investments. We appreciate the conversation. It's a very important conversation to have, Rita. So thanks for joining us on the Digital Desk. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A spring preview on the way across the Mid-South as we get into the middle 60s as we roll through this Tuesday. Rondo, as well as Memphis, Byhalia, Senatobia, and Brighton, all at 65 today. That is more akin to what we would normally see as we get into the first couple of days of spring. So if you are a spring fan, I think you can get behind this. And guess what? It gets even warmer as we head through tomorrow. But there will be some changes on the way over the course of the next few days. There will be some rain chances. Not today, not tomorrow, but opportunities rolling in here on your Thursday as a storm system rolls southward across the area, bringing us a chance for scattered showers and some rumbles of thunder expected during that time frame. In the meantime, the weather pretty quiet here today. Lots of sunshine. Again, temperatures lower to middle 60s, upper 60s down to the south and west of us as you head closer to Little Rock and Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Guess what? The milder temperatures continue rolling into your Wednesday with a couple of clouds early on. We'll see more clouds building in gradually through the course of your Wednesday with highs in the upper 60s and lower 70s. That is more akin to what we would normally see in the early portions of April. Yes, so if you're a fan of warmer temperatures, you're going to love where we are going as we head towards the next few days. Now, add in the fact, okay, while it will be warm, it'll be very balmy breezes. There will be very balmy breezes blowing in across the area. Some gusts around 25 to 35 miles per hour expected, especially for the Delta locations. So eastern Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, these areas likely to see some of those gusts around 30 to 35. The farther east that you go, getting into some of the hillier terrain, heading out through eastern portions of West Tennessee and northeast Mississippi, winds between 20 and 30 miles per hour. Clouds will increase. Here come the rain opportunities. Some scattered showers, some rumbles of thunder pushing across the area. Not looking like a severe weather scenario playing out for us here locally, but we will have to tangle with some off and on rain and some rumbles of thunder moving through the area with temperatures topping out in the middle to upper 60s for your Thursday. Still pretty breezy throughout the course of your Thursday, and then the cooler air will begin to sink in the wake of the front. The front works its way southward through Friday morning and should be out of here with sunshine returning pretty quickly. Now we'll turn cooler for highs on your Friday, but we'll quickly rebound the numbers very quickly back through the 70s heading into the early portions of the next week. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. Look at Jackson, Mississippi, mid 70s by Sunday, upper 70s by Monday, closing in on the low 80s in Dallas and Fort Worth, even Kansas City, Missouri in the middle 70s, 60 Chicago, near 70 in Louisville, Kentucky. So you get the idea. There's a lot of warmer air that's going to be building in here, not just locally, but regionally and nationally as we head through the next couple of days after our first bout of warm weather. That's what we're continuing with right now. Again, a little backpedal, and then we'll get going again next week. Now, I will tell you and re-emphasize this to you again. It's really hard for us to get through a long stretch of warm weather without something to break it up. And eventually there will be a breakup period. The question mark is when exactly and how will it play out? We do have opportunities for rain and storms in the extended 10-day forecast. Again, we've got one opportunity coming in the next 7 days, really. The next opportunity after that will come in mid next week. That one would be the one that we'd have to watch for the potential for a couple of gustier storms, stronger storms moving into the area. We'll watch it closely. You can also track that using the First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Of course, we'll be the first alert to any changes. But as a general rule, it's just really hard for you and really the atmosphere to stay in an extended period of above average temperatures without a little bit of give to go along with it. So 65 the high today, mostly sunny. We'll go partly sunny for your Wednesday. Winds picking up. Again, gusts anywhere from 25 to 35 miles per hour. Gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour possible on Thursday with off and on showers and storms. We'll work our way to the 50s, close to 60 for your Friday, and gradually working our way up through the low 70s for Sunday and Monday. Again, the front side of that system is going to start to head in our direction by the time we head towards the latter half of Monday. I still think that we're generally dry that day, but we get towards Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week, still plenty warm, still plenty muggy, and setting the stage for a larger storm system to come down the pipeline that could have some impacts in our region to round out the month of February, heading into the beginning portions of March. Of course, we'll be the first to alert you to any of those changes, and another way to stay weather aware on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, a free download in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
All right, that does it for us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have Action News 5 Midday coming up at the top of the hour. Ariana Poindexter and Spencer Denton will take you through the next hour with all your news and weather. And then, of course, we will crank up the Digital Desk once again beginning at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. We go from 7 until 11 each and every weekday morning. It is our streaming channel on actionnews5.com. You can also find us on our free news app and all of our digital platforms, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, YouTube, and Roku. And if you just want to watch us on TV, Action News 5 Plus channel, digital channel 5.5 and channel 907 on Xfinity. Have a wonderful afternoon. Enjoy the sunshine.